do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound. Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? He doesn't even have a go-kart. Doesn't matter. Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 at KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main events here at the Trackhouse Motorplex. But before we get started with this afternoon's racing, could I please ask if you are able to stand and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem.
It's time to go main event racing here, ladies and gentlemen. So excited to get this one started with you, Henry, here. The young guns always put on a show. Brody Stoffel getting ready to lead the field to green on that Jay Howard driver development, Kart Republic. Alongside him, Slate Harrell, who has been very impressive on home turf. And then back on row number 2, two drivers who definitely know how to get it done in a newly crowned national race winner, Lennox Lockhart, and consistent front runner through this week. And our top qualifier, Orsalon Racing's Alvaro Medeiros.
Yep, Dutch Westbrook leads the Bennett Brigade in P5 on the grid. Leo Simone, who saw the messages on his steering wheel, send it. What can Leo send from the outside of row number 3? Marcelo Flores and Jack Katowski are on row 4. The top 10 rounded out by Hudson Howard and Bo Stowers.
Moving back to row number 6, Dominic Nagel on the inside in the Bennett alongside Jose Torres. It'll be Tyler Blackwood and Mason Brody back on row 7.
Miles Brownfield and Lincoln Wiley, and I'll get that name right today. Liani Schiavo and Enzo Ramos are on row number 9. Franco Schiavo and Tanner Correa round out the top 20 on what will be a 35-strong grid.
Max Kuskis on row number 11 alongside Samuel Chavarese, TKG Beerlard. It'll be Dusty Strayer and Grayson Knifick back on row 12.
Then you have George Ho, Caden Cladera, Mateo Gomez, Liam Compatiello, Trey Sanders, Liam Estales, Ajax Cordudo, Bautista Puglisi, Felipe Rodriguez, Brody Brown, and rounding out the field, the Mohawk of Diesel Maxwell. 20 laps of this 0.7 of a mile Trackhouse complex. The circuit is dry, and off track though, it is certainly very treacherous indeed. Can Stoffel and Harrell work together like they did in Heat 1 yesterday and break away, or will it be a pack race bun fight for the flag?
It's a nice and slowly packed grid that allowed us time to go through all 35 of these young superstars. Hopefully now with the dry racetrack, mostly you can still see damp portions, including across the way here on the run up to 11, and probably as well, as we covered in the warm-up, a little bit treacherous to get into turn number 4 and out of it. We'd love to see all 35 of these superstars make it through this opening lap as they round the final turn and head into those tram lanes. The Carolina Grand Prix, group number 1 of 7, Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift, Brody Stoffel on the left, Slate Harrell on the right. Let's go racing, boys and girls. This time, did we get it in turn 1? We did not. Porter Wiesenthal did not like the way that one was looking. Too early of a punch-off for the front row. They've got the cones set there down by turn number 1 of how late they want the leader to accelerate. So Brody and Slate are going to have to bring them around again, and it'll take us a moment before we get them all set and sorted.
Yes, indeed. Now, of course, this marks the halfway point of the 2025 United States Pro Kart Series Championship, a 4-round series which began in Daytona. It moves to North Carolina, and it ends the last half of the season up at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, home of the evocative Road America, before concluding in August at the Newcastle Motor Speedway in Newcastle, Indiana. 4 rounds, we go to the heartland of American motorsport, Daytona. NASCAR country, Mooresville, North Carolina, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and I say a stone's throw, but the state of Indiana. Who is going to emerge in front? And yeah, this is the only race of the day for these drivers, and don't want to see it all go to nothing on the opening lap. Likewise, you cannot give the leaders too much clear track to get away with. So it's going to be a real, decision. Am I calm and collected, or am I gung-ho from the word go?
And I think, again, this bit here where they're so slow right now, the nerves.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, your legs are probably shaking. Your hands are gripping that wheel a little bit tighter. It's not until you get up to full speed and you're actually racing that adrenaline and just muscle memory takes over. But at this point, they're slow enough that you could walk next to them, and that means they're slow enough that they can think and allow all of those comments from the grid flood in. But they're about to evaporate, and the kids are getting ready to go racing. Let's see it on the second time by. It's good. We're racing with Micro Swift here at Trackhouse Motorplex. The Carolina Grand Prix is green, and through turn 1, a couple have ripped the high side, but everyone's going to make it through 2, through 3, and for the first time today, we're underway in a race session down to turn number 4.
Main event, Micro Swift through the bowl. They're 2 and 3 wide. Somebody there's the number 46 Kart. That is Franco Schiavo spinning but getting back underway. And already what the rest of the field feared might happen has happened. Stoffel and Harrow have locked together, and they're briefly side by side, but they will work together. Now the pressure is on everybody else. You can see what a lead they've got. Medeiros is second, is third, Westbrook fourth, Flores fifth, and Lockhart in sixth. Those 4 drivers, potentially with the likes of Katowski, Simeone, and Howard, as well as Bo Stowers, they have got to get their act together. We're on lap number 2, out of turn 3 we go. You can see Brody Stoffel looking over his shoulder. He'll now understand, okay, I get the assignment. I've got to push. We've already got a lead. The more I work with Slate, the better both our chances are, because they don't want to be drawn into a huge battle. 1.5 seconds up the road. Medeiros, the Orson Racing team in Westbrook, they have now got to, find a friend, whether they're best mates or worst enemies in the paddock. They've now got to be on-track buddies.
Let's see how lap number 2 is. Oh, no, one of the Schiavo twins around.
That's
Liani.
Yeah, Franco had a spin, but that looks terminal for Liani's chances. Unfortunately, Luis Schiavo overseeing his son and daughter's rise through the karting ranks. Now you can see the Bahamian blue on the gloves of Lennox Lockhart, that number 14 Sony Kart. He is running in 6th position. The gap has grown to 1.6 seconds though. Westbrook takes up the chase in P3 as they head through turn 6 and 7. Medeiros though, that's good from Alvaro Medeiros. Get the nose cone of that Orson Racing car planted on the rear bumper of the Bennett and push, push, push.
Still side by side for second. Medeiros around the outside of Marcelo. He'll eventually tuck into line, but just like that, the leader's gap is going to open even more so as they round through 11 and put another lap in the books. It's a long race here, but these kids, like you said, Henry, they've got to line up. They've got to form, and they've got to put their differences aside. The gap's already up to 2 seconds, and Brody Stoffel right now, I am sure, is not only checking the gap behind, but probably getting motions from the fence side of the JHDD crew saying, hey, do what you're doing, keep doing what you're doing. You guys have a huge chance right now to lock out the top 2 spots if you push for the next 5 or so laps, especially for these micro and mini swift classes. But across the board, this track, as much as it's only 3/4 of a mile, as many turns as it has, it races like a super speedway. And passes like this, 2/10, 3/10 to loss, whereas running single file on the line for the micro cars, I mean, it's going to be nearly full throttle in most places or close to it, that they can really build a gap. I mean, this run here, they're full throttle from the entry of 9 all the way up the hill to 11. A brief brush of the brakes and then back on the power through this final turn. A long run down the front stretch. And then from turn 1 and 2 on, all the way down to 4. Every move not only hurts 2/10 in that corner by going side by side, but it breaks the momentum, and you can see the gap open there to Marcelo, how worse of an exit they get on the run down the straightaway. That was another 4/10 out of that lap, Henry.
Yeah, Jack Katowski making a move. I was speaking to Jack's, Jack the mechanic, driver coach Diego Ramos in the TKG awning, and I said, look, those Katowski brothers, they're fast. They're really, really fast. But maybe now they need to just learn how to just race with a bit of savvy. You know, Jack's moving forward. He's picked up. Where did Jack start? He started down in 8th. He's up to P4. But those moves that he's made has cost the entire group a lot of time. You know, there's a chance if they work together that Jack can still fight for a win. By making the moves, he's effectively saying, well, okay, I'm only going to fight for a maximum of 3rd place. But again, that comes with experience. You know, that just comes with experience, learning how to race these long main events. Flores in the number 2 plate kart for the SLA karting team runs wide. There goes Katowski again, and Flores into the barriers.
Oh, no.
Katowski went for the move. Flores had gone wide. I think Flores was taking a high line in and then was going to cut back across, but Katowski was already there. And now that moves Lockhart up into P3. It moves Medeiros to 4, Westbrook to 5, Katowski back to 6, and Hudson Howard to 7th. This is now the 5-strong chasing pack. But we're only on lap 6 out of 20, and already I fear that Harrell and Stoffel have done enough to break clear for the rest of the event.
Yeah, I think these two, they've got it locked. This group in the middle here, they are unfortunately outside of any penalties or any chaos on the last lap, which is still always possible. You never know what can happen when the main events are on the line. But at this point in the race here for Lennox Lockhart and Alvaro Medeiros, even before halfway, it is a massive undertaking to try and close into this great margin that our leaders have built up. And I think they've realized that now, and the fighting will continue. Medeiros into the inside. Lennox still staying tough on the outside. Dutch Westbrook now able to get by Medeiros, but he left the door open in 9. Alvaro's going to go right back through that, and all of that to have 0 net change, but a change in the gap to the lead. Hudson Howard, Jack Katowski at the back, they are just innocent bystanders in this battle. There's nothing they can do to try and convince the 3 in front of them to stop fighting for the lead. As we take a look back here at that moment with, oh man, Marcelo just a little wheel-to-wheel contact, and it's still so dirty offline. I mean, that's the downside of being the first race. The only groove that is cleared off is the single racing line. By going side by side through turn 4, the micros are the ones plowing the way and clearing a path for that second groove for the kart that gets past or tries a crazy outside pass in turn 4 to have clear racetrack.
You know, but I mean, I've got to say that, you know, Katowski saw the door open. Flores was offline. He was wide going into the corner. And Katowski was there. And Flores then just tried to come across. So, you know, no, you can't pin the blame there on Katowski, really, for having a go. Behind these 5, Leo Simoni and Bo Stowers. Here we go. There is Simoni, in the number 95, J. Howard Driver Development, and the driver with the red real rims, that is the RPM kart of Bo Stowers. We're back up with the battle for 3rd place now. There's a 7-second gap behind Stowers in 9th, and the number 3 Speed Sense Motorsport Comp Kart chassis of Miles Brownfield, who rounds out the top 10. Looking down the order, there's Katowski and Walcott and Lockhart coming together, coming out of turn number 8, and that is going to further separate the field. Now Westbrook's got some clean air in 3rd over Medeiros. Involved Howard smartly has been allowing people in front of him to make moves. He's just picking up the pieces. But behind at 9th place, there's this 7-second gap. The number 44 kart, Lincoln Wiley, is in 11th place. Jose Torres, Tyler Blackwood, Mason Brody, and Samuel Chaveri round out your top 15. We're half distance in this race, and lap time's 54 seconds. I'm looking down, Dusty Strayer there in 30th position. We've lost Gomez, Lani Schiavo, Rodriguez has also gone out. Diesel Maxwell and and Rodriguez in the number. What number is Rodriguez? Felipe Rodriguez, the number 9 kart. They're battling over last position, but they're already nearly 50 seconds behind the two leaders. Harrell with Stoffel tucked on his rear bumper. He is literally clinging on like a limpet to the bow of an old ship. Out of turn number 4. Lockhart coming back at Hudson Howard. Medeiros closing in on Westbrook for third. Here are our leaders through turn number 9. And Slate Harrell, he isn't looking over his shoulder. He knows that Stoffel is going to push him along. We're on to lap, we're just starting lap 12 out of 20. And yes, Harrell knows that Stoffel isn't going anywhere. He's not going to make his move yet. That time will come. The lead over the rest of the field is now over 6 seconds. The damage was really done in the first couple of corners, Xander.
Yeah, there's, again, this race decided on the first couple laps. That's, we talked about some of the KA class racing earlier. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch later on for sure, because in the earlier part of the day with the KA seniors in the warm-up, we touched on it a little bit, how many fast kids there were in that class. And now with the dry racetrack, combining them all to a 50-plus grid, junior and senior alike. Junior obviously on grid as some of the lap traffic gets waved off.
Yeah.
You never know when the pack's going to split. You never know when two drivers are going to get into a slug match battling for position. It could be for third, it could be for fifth, it could be for seventh. Just passing alone can allow a break in the packs. Any, obviously, carnage can do even more so. So with that in mind, you're always trying to get to the lead. It's the only safe place where you know the leader won't get away because, again, you are the leader. And that's a prime example of it right here in the micro slip division. It's an unfortunate lesson, obviously, for these two or for everyone else besides Slate Harrell and for Brody Stoffel, that at any point the leaders could get away. It could be out of your control if you're back in the place of, say, Jack Katowski or Hudson Howard, who, by the way, has worked up into fifth now. But for those two, while we were watching the likes of Lennox Lockhart, Alvaro Medeiros, and Dutch Westbrook battle it out for third, we're just riding. They were doing their job, single file, pushing along, not losing any time of their own accord, but they were not in control of their own destiny. And that's allowed this gap to grow to more than 7 seconds now with 7 laps to go. And they're out of it. They don't have a shot now at the race win. So the first few laps, they're crucial. I always look at these main events, Henry, in kind of 3 stages. You have the first 2 to 3 laps or so at shorter tracks. Maybe you could call it up to lap 5, when everyone is on low air pressure, cold tires, and there's a lot of battling and jostling, and that's really a deciding point of the race. But you're not seeing necessarily who has speed. We're at the midpoint of this race now, where the packs are starting to spread out, and you see now Hudson Howard losing that spot to Jack Katowski. They were already starting to lose touch a little bit with Dutch Westbrook and Alvaro Medeiros, who, after a good while, finally got single file. We're seeing now raw pace start to show. The air pressures are hitting their peak. The tires are nice and warm. The drivers are finding their rhythm, having gotten a couple of laps under their belt. And so now, at this point in the race, if you're in a class with a whole lot of horsepower and you don't need drafting partners to make up ground and close in on drivers outside of the draft you're in, yeah, shifter, maybe X30 Pro. We saw it with Hayden Jones in the first heat yesterday. Yep. You can still make up for losing out in stage 1 of these races, in that jostling stage. But for the micros, less so. Now the last stage, the third stage of the race, that's again where you kind of get maybe a shot at new life if they weren't as far back as now. If they were only 2 seconds away in this middle stage, you're going to have a chance, because when stage 3 breaks out, sometimes it's with about 5 or 4 laps to go. Most of the time, the drivers maybe lose count on track, and you're waiting for that double stick signal from Porter down on the front straightaway to say 2 laps remaining. And that last stage, it's back to the same mentality of laps 1 through 3. Battle, pass for every position. Don't give up any single position. Keep the leader in sight, so if you got to give up one corner, that's okay, but try to get that position back in the very next turn, or at least don't lose any more than what you just lost in one corner, because there's no time. There's no middle of the race coming up again that you can make up for it. So we're closing in on crunch time in that 2 to go signal. We're 5 laps away from the checkers, so we'll see more of it. But right now, these couple of passes that are being made here in this middle group, it's really more off of true speed. And you can see it. Dutch Westbrook, having gotten by Alvaro Medeiros while I was lengthily explaining a little bit there, he started to pull a gap on his own. That raw speed of the Benek is good enough to potentially break away and seal himself into a top 3 spot.
And Lockhart, though, was working hard to try and push Medeiros up to Westbrook. And the drivers at the top of the screen there, that is Stowers and Simone. Oh dear, there's Flores in trouble again. And the number 2 kart of Flores is an Orsalon Racing kart as well. Marcelo looks in a little bit of discomfort there. And his rival, Ajax Garduno. Well done, Ajax Garduno. He's over. He's with his rival. They've just crashed together. And Ajax is there to make sure that Marcelo is okay. That's going to bring the yellow flags out. But I was saying, Simone and Stowers in 8th and 9th, they have done well to hang on to this group because, yeah, even though the top 2 are well clear, if Medeiros catches Westbrook for 3rd, they're your leaders, but then that battle will take place, and yeah, Stowers and Simone are within that 2 to 3 seconds where they can capitalise on the last 2-lap battling that goes on. Now, here is Harrell. He has led almost his entire race. Stoffel in 2nd. They have flagged off Felipe Rodriguez. They flagged off Diesel Maxwell. I'm looking down to see, I think that Dusty Strayer, Liam Astalis are the next 2 karts, but they should be okay. So we've got 30 karts still running. Ajax Garduno, obviously, so I make that 28 karts. I think the number 26 of Tyler Blackwood, the driver from Midland, Texas, has also retired from the race. Now they get those 2 laps to go signal. Look at that. Stoffel has dropped off the back of Harrell. That's deliberate. That is not Harrell gaining pace. That's Stoffel saying, right, okay, I have pushed you and I have helped you. Now you are no longer my friend. You are my enemy. And I don't want to give you a hint of where the attack will come from. So, Harrell starts looking over his shoulder. Stoffel gets a good run out of turn number 8 through turn number 9 and 10. He's going to use the slipstream from here on in to draw right up to the rear bumper of the race leader by the time they get to the bowl, going through turn number 4. He's setting up the pass half a lap before he intends to make it.
This is all about just winding it up, trying to figure out where you may be a little bit better. He's not only looking at his opportunity to get by Slate, he's looking at the next turn that he might be a little bit faster. But for most of this race, he's led. Although Slate blows the corner, hits the dirt patch, goes wide. Brody Stoffel back to the lead. Half a lap to go as he blocks in 6, and Slate nearly crosses him over there. But right here, this will be the deciding moment of the race, right here in turn 8, Henry.
Will we see around the outside pass from Harrell? No, we won't. He does the crossover. He's got the lead, and he cuts across the front of Stoffel. Stoffel, though, has a look back at turn 10, wheel to wheel in Micro Swift. 2 corners to go.
Brody still has the inside. Slate's going to slam the door shut and use the runoff. He's got it. Slate Harrell wins round 2 in Micro Swift. What a finish. Slate Harrell able to pull it off. Look at the run for 3rd. To the line. Alvaro Medeiros gets it on the last lap away from Dutch Westbrook and crew.
Lockhart in 5th. Katowski in 6th. That's what you want to see. It was here that, look at that mud. That was the Garduno Flores incident. The track workers had to drag the carts to the inside to a place of safety. It left some mud across the middle of the track. Harrell hit it, ran wide. It almost turned out to be a blessing in disguise because Stoffel, I'm sure he was planning his move for turn 8. Suddenly he found himself in the lead a lot sooner than he thought because of that mistake. As we look down at the finishing order, down the Alex Garcia and Marcelo Flores, they were classified there at the end, but yeah, there's some of the drivers that didn't make it to the finish. But yeah, 20 laps, tactical, really good tactical drive from Stoffel and Harrell. 20 laps, it all boils down to the last 500 meters.
Yeah, a close one, but a good sportsmanship.
Yep.
We'll send it down to the scale lines, Raw, and eventually, as Slade undresses and takes the helmet off, we'll be getting ready to talk with him.
Slade, walk me through that last lap battle and how you got that lead.
Well, he blocked. I tried to cross him over. I went down on him in the block again and tried to make it in 11, and I didn't let that happen and crossed the line first.
What does this win mean to you?
A lot.
Thank you, Slade.
A heck of a run for Slade Harrell. What a month it has been for this kid. The last 4 weekends, he has been phenomenal in his home state and now at his home racetrack with family and friends around. He'll have to get through the scale area, post-race tech inspection, of course, and no penalties probably headed his way. That was a clean run start to finish. A huge kudos to Brody Stoffel for keeping it clean there at the end as well. And, of course, with the U.S. Pro Kart Series, the whole top 5 get hardware and go to the box. So Brody Stoffel will end up P2 provisionally. Alvaro Medeiros 3rd. Dutch Westbrook 4th. And Lennox Lockhart will continue a strong start to his 2025 season with another podium and a good points haul from 8th on the grid. Couple hard chargers in that one. George Ho from 25th up to 11th, and Samuel Chavarri 22nd to 12th. And how about Batista Pugliese Bassi, 32nd to 13th, up and ready here with a 19-spot improvement in this Micro Swift main. There's more to come. That's just main event number 1 from North Carolina. KA Junior, 50-plus deep, are ready to get after it when we return.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
And you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Karts are active, and there are a lot of them. 51 drivers on the list for today's KA100 Junior main event presented by BBS Race Engines. They are led off by that young man, MPG Motorsports and Kart Republic official driver John Antonino Jr. getting set to lead the field to green. Alongside him will be Mad Max Weiland on the Magic Kart, looking for still that maiden U.S. national victory. Row 2, Orsolon Racing's Teo Salamau, who leads the point standings coming in today, and Max Christia on that JHD Kart Republic.
Christia making his first start in 2 months after breaking his leg skiing. This is a big day for Christia. Alexander Vonchev has been lightning fast. He goes to the inside of row number 3 alongside Ashton Moon. Travis Pettit, and Nathan Dupuis are on row number 4.
We continue to roll on back here with more of the field. So many of them on the field. Callan Berghofer and Brady Shad on row number 5. And a quick outlap we just wanted to get through and at least show you everyone all the way back to Bowen Green, who will be starting shotgun on the field here in 51st. Let's get ready for it. Looking for the green. KA100 Junior, and there are a lot of hands in the air trying to keep it clean, trying to prevent any pushback bumper deployments. It looks good. It is good. We're racing for KA Junior down at turn number 1.
Hold your breath. Half a century's worth of karts safely through turn number 1. It can be done. And now Weiland leads them into turn number 4. Oh, Antonino to the inside. Antonino went for the move. Got onto the dirt. Slips wide. Drops back. Was unlucky. Was lucky not to catch a bunch of others out. Yellow flags waving towards the back of the field. But it's Weiland from Salamau into turn number 8. And everybody else just filing through behind. The long multicolored snake looks never ending here at Trackhouse. But it's Mad Max at the head of the pack.
Big move there for Ashton Woon, but still a little timid on the brakes in 11. No change there. So it's Weiland who leads to Salamau, to Antonino, and a short gap to this next group of 3 with Christia, Alexander Vanchev, and Nate Dogg right there. 1 lap in the books, working lap number 2 now. 51 drivers strong here as they shuffle amongst the leaderboard on the left side of the screen, and all of them a little bit wide there through 4, still trying to get some traction.
Now there's a couple of drivers off of the inside of turn number 4. An early exit for them. I saw another kart, so we've lost at least 3 on the opening lap. Here's a move from Salamau up the inside at turn number 8 and put the Brazilian Orsolon Racing driver into P1. Oh, and this kart spinning. Kart's off multiple drivers.
Oh,
what is it raining?
Oh my gosh!
It
Everybody.
must be raining. It can't be. Somebody.
There's more joining. Everybody is slipping and sliding off the racetrack at turn number 7. It is chaos in the infield. About 10 drivers already out of this main and more, and I would be very surprised if we don't go red and there's yellows waving still. For now, the leaders are still going.
Okay, so either one of 2 things has happened. It started raining, which I haven't heard reports for, or somebody has ripped off a water hose and has just deposited.
There's Weiland!
Oh, Weiland's on the ground.
There's more leaders off.
Drivers have got to get out of the way. Drivers have got to get out of the way. And red flags are out. Red flags are out. Wow. I mean, we've got some stuff to unpick.
So all I can think of there is there must have been some water or oil or fuel of someone's gas. I mean, there's no oil that would have any water. It's an air-cooled class. The water would have had to come from a water barrier or off the racetrack in the curbs and been drug on in just a perfect spot on the run into turn number 7 from maybe someone tagging the wall at 6 or going off the racetrack. And that wet spot caught everybody off guard because it was so light that
looking back, there was a kart on the opening lap. So we've got there was one kart up at the side of the circuit about there on the opening lap. Now Evan Patton and Leo De Silva, they were off at turn number 4 on the opening lap. So it wasn't them. They had stopped beforehand. Possibly Nolan Carney in the 834 kart had stopped, and then Harry Cunningham, Jackson Elefante, Maya Lewis, Bowen Green, Darren Kidd's in there, Brandon Cielecki. But yeah, the kart at the very top of the screen there, that was off at the side. So maybe, and I'm just speculating, that could have been the reason. But it was the middle of the pack. The leaders all got through cleanly, and then in the middle of the pack there was just kart after kart, bang, bang, bang. Luckily, and I'm looking down there, everybody is up and out of their karts, because that is the most important thing of all. But then the next time round, whether there was Wade Yellows or what, even so, more drivers went off. Wyland, and then there was a few others that got involved. So what we do now, I mean, what the regulation is, we were on lap number 2 when the race was stopped.
Yeah, so we had completed, it looks like they're going back to the end of lap 1. Yeah, we were on lap 2. So they're going to go back to the order at the end of lap number 1. But also, I mean, just the way that it traded out, I don't know. There's a lot to unpack from this here. Let's go down to someone that's down with the officials, down with the drivers, mechanics, and the like, that can give us a little bit more of a detailed explanation. Alex, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, I noticed this happening around lap 2. I couldn't get a tell on which driver it was, but around mid-pack, a driver went off, exit of turn number 6, and between the short chute of 6 and 7, the really fast left kink brought a lot of dirt and water on the racetrack. So right on entry to 7, which is the fast corner on the racetrack, there is basically no front-end grip, and it caught a lot of the drivers out.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you so much, Alex. Again, that was, again, just someone going off a little bit at 6, and between all of the mud and a little bit of standing water that got pushed off during the warm-ups, it was still sitting there in the curbing at the end, or really probably in the divots of the curbing, but more importantly in the dirt patch past the concrete runoff. And this is just unprecedented stuff here of how many drivers were collected that you can see down on the screen there on the right-hand side. Mark Coates in the Navy button-up, USPKS Series owner, chatting with his on-track team. That's Adam Kreppen there in the USPKS jersey. He is the on-track main official that will give us the official word of what we're going to be doing moving forward here and what will be the process. As of now, they've reversed timing back to the end of lap number 1, but there's a lot of cleanup. You already saw a lot of brooms going on to the racetrack as well, so a lot to catch up there.
So what do you do? You know, I don't know what the official ruling is, who was running at the time of the red flag, because you've got some karts that seem to be quite undamaged, and then you've got others that have been impacted by karts coming in after them that have got quite a lot of damage. There is the safety crew working. It's that Carolina mud once again that has caused a problem, because drivers are coming off the curbing there. You use all the track and the runoff. There is the mud and the dirt, and of course, more. When one kart goes off and they come back on, then bang, it just, you get even more dirt and detritus. You saw it now, the top of the screen there, the 2 karts that went out on the opening lap before all this took place. There on the recovery, the wrecker back to the pit lane area. Well done to the Trackhouse officials, the USPKS officials. We even got the leaf blower on to look at the dust being kicked up. That is slick, it's greasy, it's dust, it's dusty. Therefore, it's not grippy, but it's very, very, nature. And they do have a lot of it to clear, obviously, and then we'll find out, if we're going to have a full regrid from our original positions, whether we're going to go back to the end of lap 1 and have a rolling restart, whether any of the drivers that were caught out in that will be allowed to take the restart, and if so, will any repairs be allowed to be made? Some karts look like they emerged unscathed.
All right, here we just got an update on timing. It looks like they will be doing a full race restart because of the anomaly, And so that will now the latter question here, because they have reversed everything back to the original starting grid.
Okay.
Are the drivers involved in the incident, for those that can continue, going to be allowed to start in their original spots because the race is not started, or is it because they were in the wreck that triggered the red and the restart? Will they have to go to the rear?
And
it's a big save for those that went only halfway off, spun, and drove back on. But those that hit the wall, do they go to the back of the 51 driver field?
And is how much time do they have to make repairs if they need to? Is there a cutoff? It's going to be. It's one of those situations where no answer will satisfy everybody. That was a freak occurrence caused by just one driver, going offline and coming back on, and and it's not meaning to, but causing consternation for a good dozen others. Look at the race suits there. That race suit. There's Anthony. Some of the drivers, they're all sort of reliving it now. And I went like this, and then I went like this, and then I turned, and then this driver hit me, and then this driver, and I went, whoa, and he went, whoa, and he went, whoa. And that's basically what's going on there. And Snoopy just doesn't want to look. That's Benja Fernandez. Snoopy just wants to, best we don't look at that. But the good thing is that all the drivers, whether they're happy or sad, or whether their wagons are running or broken, they're all up and about. Oh dear. Sorry, Mrs. Yaramillo, or Martin Yaramillo, but you have a rather muddy...
Oh, that looks like that needs to go to race suit valet.
Yeah, race suit valet on sport wash, as the drivers have all been moved out of their carts. So this is important. Okay, let's get everyone away from the equipment so we can decide what to do with the equipment. The more people that are milling around go-karts, making adjustments, things like that. No, let's keep it fair. Right, the drivers are all going up to speak to one of the officials, and we'll let them talk. Talk to me about there. Max Christea broke his leg skiing. Speaking to his dad earlier. This is his first race back. And let's have a listen in.
Someone caused, there was water on the track. We're going to send whatever the X class is. We're going to let you fix your carts. And then you guys are going to go out right after that. Okay, let's go.
Wait, question. Are we restarting?
We're starting the race over.
Well, there you have it, folks. So this race will be restarted. They will give all of the mechanics time to fix the damaged machines.
Yep.
And we will run K100 Senior next up. So that means Mike Doty Racing K Senior drivers, it's time for an early curtain call to get up to the grid so we can continue main event action here from the U.S. Pro Kart Series Carolina Grand Prix at Trackhouse Motorplex. We'll take a moment to step aside for another word from our partners. We return. We'll jump the order. K100 Senior will be up next. The KA Juniors you just saw, they get a mulligan, and they'll be back on track after K Senior concludes.
And it's a good call, in my opinion. Well done, USPKS.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charlotte Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
man.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Yeah, that's the And USPKS senior drivers, they have no idea what we are doing, but you know, maybe we can let us hit the block. That'd be tough. Because like, look, we're gonna try it out.
right, everyone, welcome back. We've got a few more updates for you here for the U.S. Pro Kart Series Carolina Grand Prix. Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarskak Racing K100 Senior getting set to go green. And you can see the drivers are just about set to fire off for their final of 22 laps. A lot's transpired. If you're just joining us right now, we're up on main event number 3. Main event number 2 has had some adjustments after a shaky start. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Like you mentioned, for those tuning in and didn't get a chance to see why we're under a red flag situation, well, for KA Junior, a lot of drivers went off the racetrack through the Turn 7 kink due to dirt and water being on the racetrack, and USPKS kindly enough given a lot of those drivers a chance to repair their kart. It's a full repair. It's a full restart. No matter if you're involved in the incident or not, if you had a pushback, you get to reset it. It's a full reset of the race. The KA Junior main will now roll off last on the schedule behind X30 Pro Senior. Along with that, there's a bit of a change to the layout of the circuit. Not too much, but just the exit of Turn 6 through 7 now has a slight barrier adjustment. They're blocking off the dirt after the runoff of Turn 6, so it's a little bit shorter of an exit. With that, they're going to give the KA seniors who are about to roll off onto the racetrack 2 warm-up laps to get used to the new exit, get used to the surface of the track, obviously, and see if there's any more water on the surface. And then on the 3rd time by, they'll get the green flag.
Thank you very much, Alex Searle. Our eyes and ears down in the pit lane today, along with Haley Donaldson. So we swapped one 50-strong grid for another. And there on your screen is the driver that was fastest of all in warm-up this morning. But that was held in very different conditions, Shea Aldrich. And as you can see, there's not a great number of karts situated behind Shea on the dummy grid. There are an awful lot of karts ahead of him. Now, this would be very, very interesting indeed as you look at Chris Harrower on our screens, one of the Mike Doty Racing drivers. The Brandon Jarskak Racing drivers from Leesburg, Virginia, but also Chris has got family from the Czech Republic, which he represents on his racing flag on the side of his kart. There is the Mama Teresa's Restaurant sponsored REM kart of Oliver Marak. And behind Oliver, there's the Mean Green TB kart machine. The Pinnacle Motorsports entered. This is going to be a new team set up by Damon. I can't remember his surnames, but it was something like that. That's just coming on stream very soon. So the Mean Green is going to be Mean Green and Blue. Autumn Fisher looking to pick up where her younger brother Ty left off last year. Raider Santos, Amax Motorsport, looking for a good run here, but of course a lot of these drivers had their Saturdays disrupted by weather, which is why we have a somewhat topsy-turvy grid. Yes, there are plenty of big names up at the front, but also look for drivers to be fighting their way through the order. And yeah, there is a look at one of the Rocket Racing Company, RRC. They've got Alessandro Del Tullio doing a lot of driver coaching for them this weekend, and it really helped them in the rain yesterday. There is the HOTS driver development. He's just behind the number 927 of Jordan Hernandez. Spoke to the HOTS racing team and just want to wish Nick Terlicki's father continues his long road to recovery after suffering a brain aneurysm at the tail end of last year. I know Nick Terlicki is looking after the family business at the moment, and his dad is making some really good progress, and I'm sure the whole team said, well, we'll see Nick and his dad back in a karting paddock very, very soon. So if you're watching Nick and your dad, all the best, and hope you're enjoying the show. Chad Docken Racing. Small in stature, the team, but fast and fast on track, and most style points. Right, Max Barron there. Starting down about 98th position, had dinner with Max last night. He said to just keep an eye out for him at the start of the race. So, your starting lineup will be as follows. Brandon Lemke and Caleb Gafara on row number 1. James Overbeck and Blake Nash on row number 2. Paulie Massimino and Connor Ferris go from row number 3. And Enzo Montiel and Drew James start from row number 4. Eli Warren and our own Emery Lyder round out your top 10 ahead of Alex Mercado and Colin Royce. Lucas Sabo and Anthony Rivera are on row 7. Row 8 sees Quentin Angeli and Raheem Alibi. Antoine Lemieux and Ben Gaunt go from row number 9. Matteo Papis, son of Max Papis, and Stephen Isett, son of Mr. Isett, go from row number 10. Jared Clark didn't take the start in one of his heat races. Watch for the number 961 Kart. He goes from grid 21. Hudson Brown, Sebastian Venegas, Shea Aldrich, Sebastian Garzon, another driver. Watch for Sebastian, a DNF in one of his heats yesterday. What can Sebastian do from grid 25? He starts alongside Chris Harrower. Adam Maxwell, Oliver Brack, Maurizio Hernandez and Autumn Fisher, your top 30. Braden Zerbez and Pakistan's Ibrahim Din, Jordan Hernandez, Joseph Hewitt, Charles Ropka, William Boutillier, Gavin Bailiff, Brock Knowles, Luca Rayner and Wrigley Keys. Gavin Bailiff with a hugely repaired TKG chassis after an unfortunate accident yesterday. Colin Brown, his driver coach, will be wishing him good luck. Joshua Suvalis, Frederick Lemieux, Mecca Winfrey, Jorge Ortiz. He is quick and out of position. Camp Chambers, David Martinez. Then the Red Baron, Maxim Baron and Raider Santos. Jorge Ortiz spoke to Jorge, former Team USA driver. Took a bit of time out of the sport. He says, hey, I'm having a lot of fun. We're not at the front, but we're quick. And when I get back into the rhythm of things, yeah, he's enjoying his karting. Maybe a lot more now he's a little bit older. He isn't feeling the pressure so much, and it's good to see a smile on Jorge's face. Now, let's see if we can pick out the barriers.
Yeah, they have tried to close things off at turn number 6, right?
Yep.
Try to keep everyone from having that moment that we witnessed in KA100 Junior. Hopefully that'll do the trick. I think more importantly than anything, though, this is going to be a very, very hectic opening couple of laps.
Yep.
We saw it a little bit there in KA Junior, but we didn't really because there was still a lot of tiptoeing. But now the seniors have watched that, but they also know there's so many fast karts. There's so many karts in general. 50 plus, a massive grid. It is stacked to the brim with talent. Brandon Lemke on the left, Caleb Gafera on the right. They're already bailing out a line here before we get down to the lights. But we're going to get the green. Yes, indeed. We're racing in KA Senior.
And they all go safely through the first corner. 2 distinct groups of karts there heading down towards turn number 4 under sunny-ish skies through the bowl section. And now this is where the track has changed slightly. There you can see the barriers that have been moved, and everybody looks like they've stayed out of them. Up at the front though, side by side, Overbeck grabs the lead from Lemke coming out of turn number 8, and we've have drivers will find
Bailiff
barriers.
along with one of the SCR machines, the 987 involved. Another one of the LN karts involved, but there's a different LN kart out front. Brandon Jarsa Crack Racing's James Overbeck has gotten away with the lead at the end of lap number 1. And again, same deal as yesterday. That transponder not working for him at the moment. We'll see if it will pick up. It looks like they're going to have to hand score him as there's 2 more stuck together on the exit of turn number 9. But Overbeck leads to Lemke, to Gafera, and a little gap to Blake Nash there in 4th as your field files up and over the curbing through the infield of 5 and 6. And in the run, down to the hairpin as we got another one on the wall.
Oh
it is
996. That's Mackey Winfrey.
Mackay Winfrey into the barriers, deep into the wall there at turn number 4 on the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic.
We also saw Matteo Papis, Maurizio Hernandez in difficulty, and it was Max Barron that Mr. Bailiff was gesticulating at turn 8 on the opening circuit, but up at the front as things calm down, a sextet of 6 drivers have broken clear. It is Overbeck, Lemke, Gafara, Massimino, Nash and Ferris. So you have got Brandon Jars at Crack Racing, Speed Concept, Hots Racing, Nash and Team Ferris. 5 teams, 6 drivers behind them. The leading Velocity Racing Sony kart of Alex Mercado is in P7 with Enzo Vidmontien, Eli Warren, Drew James following.
Big change there in turn number 4. Paulie Massimino and Blake Nash trading that spot quite a bit, and that just allowed a huge gap to open up to the leaders here right off the rip. So check out the margin. You saw Paulie was not happy with Blake and how difficult that was for the pair of them. But nonetheless, he's gotten away, he's through, and now he begins his march towards the lead, about a second away from the pack. This will bring him closer. New leader, Brandon Lemke to the point on the Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Sainz machine.
And I suppose after Blake Nash's weekend so far, he's thinking, you know, happy with Paulie? Hey, join the queue, take a ticket. I got a go-kart race to try and win. And Massimino, though, already now making moves up towards that lead group. He's broken clear of Nash and Ferris as we look down the order. 49, 51 karts take the start of this race. Hernandez is out, so is Bailiff, so is, I think, Suvalis is still in the race in 45th position. So we've got 45 karts still running, and the top 3, though, trying to work together and break away with Lemke leading from Overbeck and Gafara. Now Massimino, the pressure is on Paulie. He's got to get to the front before the lead trio have an opportunity. And there is Mercado. Is that the 979?
So
yeah,
Alex Machado getting pushed wide in turn 4 by Enzo Vidmontien. A little bump and run there by Enzo sent him up the hill, and that shuffled for 8th position. Paulie Massimino's already starting to close on into your lead. Group of 3. Vidmontien trailing from Drew James. This is the first of kind of the midfield drivers. We got one up and over. Emery Lido with a flip in turn 8. He's up and okay, but a big moment there for Emery, and he was running good as well. A decent start for him in the early teens and a flip in the infield hairpin. We stay green as he gives the all right signal to the marshals.
Oh, and Emery was running in 11th position at the time. But the good news is for all the Emery Lider fans out there, and I know there are lots of them through his work at Kart Chaser, that he is okay up and out of the kart, but sadly it's game over for Emery Lider. And you can see him he's looking at somebody.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He was in a great spot there to roll this one. Rolled from 9th. Was in that group there where Machado kind of got sent up the hill by Vidmontien, and was right around him. I'm sure we're already quickly working on seeing if we can't get a shopakr.com replay. So we'll take a look at that. In the meantime, continuing to roll here with KA100 Senior right now, with so far so good for Brandon Lemke, James Overbeck, and Caleb Gafara. Company on the way there in Paulie Massimino, Blake Nash, and potentially Connor Ferris as Vidmontien now closes into the back bumper of Drew James. Against pseudo teammates here with Jorge Ortiz representing Chad Dawkin Racing, pitted out of one of the garages here in along the grid. The James family, longtime racers here at Trackhouse Motorplex. The kids have basically grown up at the racetrack. And for Drew, this weekend, a top 10, I think, would still be a decent walk away. And unfortunately, that might be all she wrote, because when they hit the loop this time by, I don't know if he's really going to be able to track down the gap to this group of 6 without a whole lot going down, because you can see it's 4 seconds back from the lead and 3 seconds from this very fast pack that, well, they were playing nice for a moment, but Caleb Gafara, he hears Paulie Massimino closing in, and it was him or Overbeck. He sent Overbeck back.
Yeah, and again, like we saw in the first main event, at the end of lap 2, these 6 drivers had a gap, and it's only increased lap on lap after that. And now Gafara gets shuffled a little bit wide at turn number 8. This allows Ferris and Nash to stay within striking range. Lemke, though, with that vulture engine tuning yellow stickers on the front of his Speed Concepts Racing kart, continues to lead. Massimino, like I said in warm-up, using his position as one of the, the most respected voice in the paddock to give his thoughts to the organisers about, some of the racing in the wet yesterday. Now saying, well, you know what? If I'm going to speak on behalf of the field, I want to prove that I can still beat the entire field. He's closing in on Lemke, and it's Brandon Jarscott racing 2-3 at the moment.
Yeah, and they were a 1-2 in Daytona. They were the class of the field in K100 Senior, presented by Brandon Jarscott Racing. Let's see if he's going to be able to pull that move off early or if he wants to wait. I think right now with the momentum that he has, it's go time. And he didn't go there in the last turn. Connor Ferris, you can see, has closed up to the back of Caleb Gaffera. Of course, Lemke and Massimino, they worked together nicely in one of the heat races yesterday up until the end when a little miscue between the pair sent them both down to third and then I believe eighth or so for Paulie. But he's looking, still not going yet, trusting in the 901, saying, you know what, let me see if I can build a little bit of a margin here before I decide to go. And that might give Brandon Lemke the confidence to follow Paulie and not go right back in on him. So this is a veteran play for the last lap. But now he wants to go. New leader, Paulie Massimino, commands the field where he was the class of it a year ago. He appears to be the class of it again. Fastest on the racetrack last time by, outside of Ferris, who got a bit of an extra toe off the back of this group. Ferris, the only one in the 49s right now, but that could change in a moment now that we probably have one of the fastest outright karts at the lead. And I think that's why Brandon wanted to go right back by. He knew how quick Paulie was. He did not want to give him a chance to drive away.
Yeah, indeed. Blake Nash looks like he's beginning to struggle to keep pace. Massimino, with help from his teammate Overbeck, with 3 wide almost. Here comes Gaffara up to P2. Through the ball, Massimino back to the front, Gaffara second, Overbeck third, Lemke and Ferris are side by side briefly for fourth place. Ferris having a look, Lemke having to skittle around the outside. Nash now comes back into play. We've lost Autumn Fisher, sadly. Alex Machado has also finally gone off after a great top 10 run in the early stages in his Velocity Racing Sony kart. But now Massimino is back in the front and he hasn't got Lemke behind him. Will Gaffara have the same sense of urgency and try and fight back straight away? Or does Gaffara feel, okay, I think as fast as you are, Paulie, I am just as quick, so I'm happy to try and push you away.
I think he's going to work with him. I think these two work together really well at the club level. They've obviously know that they've got a really good driver in James Overbeck behind them as the caboose on the 3-kart train. I don't think you'll see a ton of movement here at the front as long as Caleb feels confident that he can hang with them. For Brandon Lemke, that one move to go back on Paulie then triggered a full-on fight that's now put him on the back foot, and he just lost his pusher. Connor Ferris with a slick move down the inside in turn 9 on Blake Nash changes that spot, and that splits them all up again. A couple of notables here as we approach the halfway mark now. 12 down, 10 to go, and, a few big improvements here in the field. Jared Clark had that moment in the rain. He's up, of course, a ton of spots. 21st to 9th right now for the BJR machine. Lucas Zabo trying to move forward as well. 21st to 10th for Jared Clark as they continue to manually score James Overbeck and place him where he properly should be. Up from 24th on the grid, Shea Aldrich up to 12th, 23rd to 13th for Sebastian Venegas, and rookie Sebastian Garzone, who is trying to make up for some woes in yesterday's heat races, is up from 25th to 14th. But here's a look down to the 9th, 10th, and 11th drivers. Aldrich now going to send it on Jared Clark, and as far back as they are, nearly 6 seconds to the next group, this is about as good as this could get. 10th place, it appears, because Eli Warren is following Enzo Vidmontien and Drew James around 3 seconds back from the leaders, but more importantly, again, 5 to 6 seconds up from this group. So now, 9 to go, a couple of packs throughout, a big midfield scrum back from them, led by Sebastian Garzone, that goes all the way back to Luca Reyna in 23rd. So about a 13th to 23rd grouping there as we continue to watch the fighting here for Aldrich, Clark, Zabo, and again, right in the mix of it all, Shea Aldrich there in that Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony kart. There's a look at 7th, 8th, and 9th. They would love nothing more than the top three to really begin to fight. I just don't think we're going to get it, Henry. These three have been in lockstep, and if anything, they've been spreading apart when you look at the margins. Half a second for Massimino back to Overbeck, and a couple more tenths back to Gaffera.
Well, Overbeck has made the move on Gaffera. While we have been watching this battle, Overbeck has passed Gaffera. It's now Brandon Jarzacrack Racing 1-2. You mentioned some of the biggest movers in the field. You didn't mention the biggest mover in the field. Check out Jorge Ortiz, 44th to 18th inside 14 laps. Now, Gaffara is in the danger zone as you're looking. There's a growing parcel of clean air between the rear bumper of the number 948 Lando Norris chassis of James Overbeck and that turquoise and white hot driver development racing machine of Caleb Gaffara, the Circle K race suit on Gaffara's back. He's got to get his head down, but you can see Overbeck is planted on his teammate's rear bumper. But what you said about in the earlier race, Gaffara, Lemke, Ferris and Nash, they've just got to keep their heads down and hope that Overbeck and Massimino start to battle maybe a lap and a half, 2 laps to go, which will then give them a chance to close in and maybe have one single shot at a victory or a podium at the very least. We're about to start lap 17 out of 22. Massimino takes a long look over his shoulder, not just to see where Overbeck is, he knows who's behind him. He wants to judge the gaps back to 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Down the back straightaway here, James Overbeck and Paulie Massimino with a great opportunity to really break away again and duke it out. Now in Daytona, James had the upper hand. He was exceptional in the final few laps of that race, and he's won a couple of races that way by just being the driver to go to the lead last, riding behind someone, letting them be the one to break a little bit deeper into the corner and tow him around on the exits down the next straightaway. But Paulie Massimino, he's done a lot of development and driver coaching with James Overbeck. Did he save any tricks? Did he keep anything to himself? He is one of the most active drivers around this racetrack here, lives just a stone's throw down the road, and he has gotten a lot of the drivers from the senior classes down to the micros up to speed here over his one-on-one coaching days. James is one of those that has taken advantage of it, along with, of course, the tutelage of multi-time U.S. Pro Kart Series Pro Division champ and 100cc champ Brandon Jarzacrack. And he's got to be grinning from ear to ear right now. He may be sweating in a moment, but as things stand, if they can wait a couple more laps around, it'll be a mano-a-mano fight on the last lap or so.
Brandon Jarzacrack is saying, well, you know what, if you're going to sponsor a class, you better be able to know how to bolt the thing together in that particular class. And again, Massimino, he's not looking over his own shoulder, he's looking over Overbeck's shoulder as well. And the gap is growing. And Paulie's thinking, yep, this is exactly what I taught you, James. This is exactly what I taught you. But like you said, is there something on that last lap that, must have slipped my mind during that particular coaching session? We'll have to wait and see. The problem is that Massimino knows exactly what he's told Overbeck and will potentially be prepared for it. Gaffara is falling back into the clutches of Lemke and Ferris, and Blake Nash just doesn't have the pace. I noticed him looking down mid-race at the right-hand side of his cart there as he was fading off the back of the lead pack. And yeah, Nash is now in no man's land. Look again, he's looking down again, trying to make some sort of adjustment as we begin lap 20 out of 22. Further back, Warren runs 7th, James is 8th, Vicmontien is 9th. Sabo, Aldrich, Venegas, Rivera, Angeli and Garçon. Your top 15, Antoine Lemieux, Maxwell, Ortiz, Gaunt and Rayner. Your top 20. But it's all about the battle for the lead and the new battle for the final podium position as Lemke catches Gafara with Ferris just about hanging on in contention in 5th position. Nash is gone. 2 to go. It's between these two for the win, and it's between Gafara and Lemke for 3rd.
There's a great look at James Overbeck's father, Matt, watching along with the BJR crew, and sadly they've got one that's got an issue. Jared Clark, slow to continue. He must have gotten into it. He was running in that group with Lucas Zabo and Shea Aldrich and crew, and the last lap he must have been sent into the wall in the bowl. We'll see if we have anything on that or any update further. We don't have a replay, sadly, of the flip for Emery Lida, but from what we are getting told, it was in a battle with Enzo Vidmontien of those two colliding. So all the results are provisional. The U.S. Pro Kart Series race control system, with a lot of eyes on the racetrack and a lot of cameras on the track as well, will have probably a lengthy process to go through with 50-plus go-karts. So keep that in mind, folks, as you watch along with the white flag waving now. Paulie Massimino, James Overbeck. They've done the heavy lifting to build the gap to nearly 7/10 and counting back to 2nd. Now it's time to get after it. One-on-one fight to the end, and Paulie makes the first move defending. They're into 4.
And look how much closer Gafara and Lemke are getting through the newly profiled turn 6 and 7 area. Now down to turn number 8. Massimino defends. Overbeck will try the crossover. But here comes Gafara and Lemke. We have got a 4-car battle. Gafara to the inside of Overbeck as they come through 9. 2 corners to go. Massimino looks like he's got it.
Yeah, Gafara too far back. He broke the momentum. It'll be a BJR 1-2 once again. But Paulie Massimino is a winner at home. He wins KA 100 Senior. Overbeck finishes 2nd. Gafara 3rd. Lemke 4th. Connor Ferris catches up along with Brandon Lemke there at the end to get to 5th. And it'll be Blake Nash 6th, fading at the end. Enzo Vidmontien provisionally 7th. Drew James 8th. Eli Warren ends in 9th. And in 10th, Lucas Zabo up a handful from 13th. Shea Aldrich up 24 from 24th on the grid to 11th. One more in the wall in the last turn.
927 of Jordan Hernandez.
Oh, and they're still coming right at him here. He has broken through the barriers. Heavy impact for Jordan. A bummer end of the day for Jordan Hernandez and the Apex Racing team, the Apex Racing Group, as that X-Prix is going to get removed on the kart pickup vehicle. So a lot to break down from KA100 Senior. Glad to see Emery standing there, but here's a look at your unofficial results of today's main event. BJR and the Class Day sponsor, they performed again. And for the 2nd race in a row, 2 for 2 on the year, a 1-2 for these two, James Overbeck and Paulie Massimino. Your top 2 finishers here as Paulie is getting ready to celebrate just for a bit before he locks in for the X30 Pro Final. He is your winner here in KA Senior.
You held the lead for the majority of that race. Tell me about what it took.
Yeah, I mean, I got off to a decent start, just kind of settling in a little bit, and then I don't really know what happened. I think Nash might have been trying to go for a pass or something, and then he might have got sent super hard into the hairpin, and it was super dirty the whole race. So had a little setback, put my head down, start putting in some good laps, and you know, this BJR BBS package is just unstoppable in the K100 class. So yeah, I mean, we struggled through the heats this weekend, but we always know how to bounce back in the final.
Ultimately, it's another BJR 1-2. What does it mean to you and the team?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really great result. Obviously, James is really, really good. I didn't feel anyone pushing me for a few laps, and then finally I got hit, and I turned around, and I saw it was James, so I knew we'd be okay probably until 2 or 1 to go, and that's exactly what happened. So we have a really good team dynamic. We know what to do. We know what the goal is. The goal is obviously finish as good as we can, no matter who wins, who loses. As long as we can finish 1-2 or whatever it may be, that's all we want.
Thank you, Paulie.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break here, folks, with more to come from Trackhouse Motorplex. There's a lot of cleanup on the racetrack following that BJR KA100 Senior Final. Congratulations to Paulie Massimino and Brandon Jarscrack Racing, victorious for the second consecutive year. And for BJR, it's the second consecutive main on the season, 2 for 2, as they head up north to Road America. And for Paulie, he heads back out on the racetrack here in just a bit for that X30 Pro main. We'll be back with the minis when we return.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
We just had to change the camera battery. We're working on it.
Cards have been released now, folks, and we're ready for action with our minis. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for your Velocity Racing SOTY Mini Swift Division. Santiago Orioli, exceptional in the rain yesterday in both Heat 2 and Heat 3, has outpointed everyone to start from the pole. He'll start alongside Zane Burgess on the SCR SOTY. It'll be Maxwell Macha and then Parker Ives back on row 2.
Jaden Francisco and Cameron Johnson go from row 3. Johnson has been flying under the radar all weekend and pops up on the 3rd row. Colton Stiegenberg and Jake Manalio on row number 4. And then Enzo Di Janeiro has got some work to do, but he is fast enough to win this race from row 5. He will start 9th alongside Nico Salazar.
It'll be then Cade Wolf on the inside of row number 6, Paxton Romero back on rows on the outside, and a quick look through the final few starting positions as it's time to get ready, and it's a fast start. Oh my goodness, we are way out of sorts, and Porter saw that as well, and he said no dice. on the first try by.
Now, I've got to say that the barriers have been moved for all classes. You've got to give every class a chance to look at the new barriers on a full rolling lap. We're looking down at some of the other drivers, especially the likes of Lawrence Perryman, starting 28th. That kart is not the 28th fastest kart here. Watch for the number 128. If you can keep it clean, to him to come through. This, Xander, could be the race of the day.
Let's see if it is. Two drivers that have a lot of experience racing against each other. They've headlined the micro class. They're now headlining in mini Swift. Santiago Orioli and Zane Burgess. While Zane Burgess had an incredible micro season last year, Orioli was his rival all through the season. They're back at it again. Santi's got the field at his command, but again, another very fast start and way too early on the power to get the blessing from Porter for the green, and I think they may be looking to invert that front row.
I was going to say we'll soon find out whether Orioli and Burgess. I remember Homestead at the start of last year. Burgess won the Winter Series Microsif class just over Orioli. The parents were hugging and crying together. The drivers were celebrating. Those two drivers, they're very good friends off the track, and of course fierce rivals on it, and they've been given one more chance to get it right. Maxwell Matcher and Parker Ives behind them are thinking, come on boys, just go a little bit too fast once more, and we win a free front row starting position. There's Perriman on the back of the grid. He was fast but wild in the wet yesterday. Can he tame that speed here? 20 laps in Mini Swift. The starter this time looks happy. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Burgess tries to pinch Orioli to the inside as they run through turn number 1, but Orioli hangs on the race lead. Burgess gets a better run out of 3. Zane to the inside, almost to the grass. Oh, the two leaders, tyre smoke, contact, and Maxwell Matcher capitalizes and goes from 4th to 1st in one corner. And is that Colton Schniegenberg up into P2 in the number 137 Team Go Win Races Nitro kart? Yes, it is. Burgess and Francisco side by side for 3rd place. Then it's Ives, and our pole man, Santi Orioli, is down to about 6th or 7th position. Cameron Johnson is next. There's Ives now making a move. They're all doing their very best to pin Santi Orioli back as far as they can, because they know how fast he is in clean air. But up at the front, well, Maxwell Matcher, he wants to be known as Maxwell Verstappen. If he carries on winning, leading, and potentially winning like this, then the name will stick. But what about Colton Schniegenberg, the man in black in kart number 137? Started from the 4th row of the grid and is now up into P2. This is the highest he has been, as the rest of the field file down towards turn number 8. There's Burgess in P4. Ives and Orioli side by side for 5th. Francisco grabs 2nd position. The Canadian driver, pretty in pink, Jaden Francisco, moves into P2. Further back, still more action. Passing left, right, and centre. Everybody knows that this in the field, everyone knows this has got the potential to be a huge, huge scrap. It could be the hardest race to make a breakaway in out of all the classes here. And as I say that, Francisco has already drawn up the rear bumper of Maxwell Matcher. Burgess in 3rd has also passed Schniegenberg, but really looking back there, the top 10 down to Kate Wolf in 10th place, less than 2 seconds. Anyone's race so far. All 31 starters still running.
Everyone's enjoying the sunshine now and taking advantage of it by using the grip on the racetrack to stay on it. And the added barriers in 6 have done their job. They've kept everyone on circuit, and more importantly, they've kept them close. where we've got a big group fighting for the lead now with our first major lead change in a minute. Jaden Francisco leads at the end of lap number 3. Zane Burgess still there in third as Macha was able to slot back in to second. Parker Ives closes on up. It's Nitro and Sodi with a little gap to the Kart Republic for the OKP machine, but here come the Sodis to the inside. Macha, Burgess, and Ives sliding through there as well to third.
The lead group comprises 12 karts, back to Nicholas Moez and Mauro Nario. Schniegenberg, after a great start, you could see now the black car back in 10th position. Burgess to the race lead. Ives goes with him. Francisco and Macha slot back into third and fourth. This is the race we hoped we were going to see, because now it's Parker Ives back into the race lead, and I'm sure that now Orioli coming back, passing Macha into turn number 1, and I'm sure Parker Ives' dad, Greg, this is probably more stressful than trying to get Justin Allgaier into the Daytona 500 this year for junior motorsports. Yeah, watching a bunch of 10, 11-year-olds race, far more stressful than the NASCAR Cup Series. Burgess in second position. He hasn't been phased by that early lap 1 sort of defensive move from Santi Orioli, which ended up costing Orioli more than it did to Burgess, but they're both coming back towards the front of the field. Manalio for Team Ferris Racing is 7th. Enzo Di Janeiro said he was quick on the Powerlin kart as Francisco retakes second position. And yeah, you've got Di Janeiro in this. There is the move further back. That is Cade Wolf in the Roto-Rooter Plumbing. Roto-Rooter.
You had it right on the first time, Henry. You woke up good and you didn't trust yourself. Roto-Rooter, Timmy Tech Comp Kart there for Cade Wolf. And yeah, P9 for him right now. But it is anyone's guess, anyone's game so far today. Parker Ives at the point here at home with a short gap right back to Jaden Francisco. Let's see if the Nitros can work together. Check out Enzo De Janeiro. Buried in the field after a so-so Saturday off a great qualifying Friday afternoon. Finally getting similar conditions to what they qualified in. He's starting to march up the leaderboard. Move him to 5th now as he moves his targets onto Santi Orioli, our original pole sitter. Zane Burgess 4 car lengths away. This pack goes all the way back, it looks like, to Nicholas Moez in the 10th spot, just barely at the end of it. But if Parker Ives can start to really drop the lap times and pick up the pace with the help of Jaden Francisco, it could thin out in just a few laps or so. A little wide there from Burgess even. Opened the gap up to second and first.
We've lost Mauro Nario and Colton Schniegenberg from this lead group. They've dropped back to 11th and 12th, 4 seconds off the pace. Still running. There's Di Janeiro. Now Enzo, he's on his crash helmet. He has got a big green dinosaur. Foolishly, I asked him, what's the dinosaur's name, Enzo? And he went, Henry. And I said, why is that? He said, because he's old like you. Thanks, Enzo. He's great. Luckily, he's got a cheeky little grin on his face. At the back of this league group, the black and green, the Franklin Motorsports kart, Cameron Johnson. He's been quietly going about his business, as has the number 191 Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic of Jake Manalio. Just working hard. Now, look at that. There's Johnson. And then behind them is Manalio in the 191. Manalio just passing Nicholas Mose. This is the back of the lead group. They've got to keep pushing on, however. Macha, erstwhile race leader. He has slipped back into 7th place. And up into P6, Cade Wolf. Again, smart driving. Again, son of Brad Keselowski's former NASCAR Cup Series crew chief, Paul Wolf. So he knows about, don't do everything in the early stages. A long race. We're seeing Cade come into play. There he goes. Macha on the Sony kart has got to get his head down now. And then these three, 8th, 9th, and 10th. But Ives and Francisco, they seem to have found a nice working rhythm. As we look at Burgess, then Di Janeiro, then Orioli, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They're also being very smart. we're not even at halfway yet, Xander.
No, we're just loading up here, gearing up for the end of the race, and Enzo De Janeiro is doing just that as there's contact. Orioli and Burgess collide in turn number 8. Zane is shaking his head. They're stuck together as they try to get disconnected. He refused to get out. Orioli quickly to get up and disconnect the pair, but either way, the two of them are going to fall way back from the rest of the field now.
Yeah, and that just looked like it was Orioli spotting a gap to the inside, and then as he made the move, that gap closed. And you could see by Zane just the shake of the head. I think he realised that wasn't the time nor the place. But, you know, you're still learning at this stage of the race, of your career. You know, here is the lead battle. Now it's down to a lead quartet.
Now talk about learning, right? These two, Jaden Francisco and Parker Ives. Last year, around this time of year leading into the summer, Ryan Perry Motorsport invited all the team drivers to come down here to Trackhouse Motorplex and spend a full week, even maybe a little more than that, of on-track training and development with all of the superstars they could muster, and even some outside help as well to get on the racetrack and develop their drivers. They know exactly what they need to do for nearly every potential situation, and this one is pretty cut and dry. Push, push, push. Don't you dare pass unless somehow or another the rest of the pack catches you. But if it's working, you better stay in line, and right now they're doing just that. They're playing by the book. A 0.2 improvement last time on the gap of what it was before. It's up to 1.1 seconds. More importantly, 1 second even back to Enzo De Janeiro. But again, the hope's not lost for everyone else. Enzo has Cade Wolf closing in on him as we take a look at the side-by-side replay. Right in there, he was on the bumper of De Janeiro, and again, we're not with an overhead view, so you can't necessarily say if Zane was crowding too tight or if Santi washed out, but they were both running really tight into the corner. Enzo sent it deep, and I think Zane had no idea there was anyone looking to go behind Enzo.
Yeah, exactly. Enzo De Janeiro had opened the door and made the move. Burgess leaving him plenty of room on the inside, probably not aware that there was a second kart trying to make the move as well. And as far as Orioli was concerned, he's thinking, okay, the gap's there. Zane's on the outside. I'm going to follow through and then push and we'll just carry on working together. Doesn't always work out like that. But like you said, that week's training that Ryan Perry gave his team drivers here is paying off at the moment. We'll look at the gap though. It's 1.2 seconds back to the Caroline USA kart of Enzo De Janeiro.
Whoa.
Oh, and now think. Francisco decides, okay, I'm going to be the leader. Will Parker Ives cooperate? The gap was 1.2. It's closing. Maybe Francisco thinks to himself, okay, Parker, you're not quick enough. It's better to you push me because I can see Wolf De Janeiro closing in. Now, further back, there is that nose cone on the front of the number 133 car.
Nicholas Moaz there, the OKP, definitely crushed in.
Looks
but
like it's being used. Yes.
To his credit, he's been at least putting in the work. Nicholas Moaz started 13th. He's climbed his way now all the way up and into the 5th spot. Of course, Cade Wolf right there with him from back on 11th. The inside of row 6, driving up 7 spots to get to 4th. And how about Holden Myers, who I believe is just a little ways back from them right now, this group of 4, up 15 positions from 24th on the grid. He had that terrible mudding moment at the end of the day in the 136 Timmy Tech Comp Kart. He's continuing to climb. So it's Moaz in this group, Manalio, Cameron Johnson there on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin, and Maxwell Macha.
Orioli down in 35th position. Burgess is 23rd. You're looking on your screens at 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, with Myers all on his own in 9th position, and Nario in 10th. Mauro Nario holding off a group of drivers the final place, the top 10, including Colton Brook, Colton Schniegenberg, Ruben Greer, Simon Klein, Oscar Gus Wunderle, and Lucas Britannia, with Lawrence Perryman from 28th of the grid up into 17th place. But as try as the two RPM drivers might, It's not working with either Francisco or Ives leading because De Janeiro and Wolf are simply quicker at this stage of the race. Ives decides, okay, I don't want to be the meat in the sandwich, I'm going to lead, and it's game on once again for the top four. The breakaway didn't quite work.
Yeah, not quite. They did everything that they could, but they just were not fast enough. And Enzo De Janeiro and Cade Wolf, they have been putting in the work. The last 2 laps, they've been a tenth to 2 tenths better. They have now arrived. We've got 4 together here at the front of the field, that anything could happen from this point onwards. Mauro Nario, another shout out of the drivers climbing up the board. He started 17th. He's now cracked the top 10 on his Orsilon Racing Parolin. Colton Schneegenberg riding with him after dropping back on the start there. He started 7th. He's back up to P11 there right behind Nario in a decent little midfield pack going back to Lucas Bertagna.
Now, I'm forever the optimist, Sander. Looking at the gap between these 4 and then the next group of 4 drivers, it's 4.5 seconds between Wolf in 4th and Manalio in 5th. But Manalio, Moes, Johnson and Matcha, they've lined up. 4 to go. It's a long shot, but you can't even see them at the moment. I just wonder. Oh, well, maybe now because Wolf has lost a bit of ground. It's still an RPM 1-2, and as soon as De Janeiro and Wolf did all the hard work to catch them, this is the next group. They're still thinking, okay, we've got a couple of laps. Let's try. But the RPM duo seem to have sorted themselves out again, Xander.
Yeah, I mean, now with Parker at the helm, they've picked the pace up. He's got a little bit more now in the final few laps of this race, maybe, than the rest of them. Enzo De Janeiro had a very heartfelt drive there, a whole lot of will and grit to get to the top 2, but then he's kind of, once he's arrived, dropped back a little bit. Parker's picked that pace up from where they were at the 52.9s down to 52.8s, so he's gone a little bit faster. But yeah, that group further back, Henry, I mean, it would be a tall order, but it's you just never know. And that's still, of course, one of the 5 podium spots up for grabs with it. Right now in the hands of Nicholas Moes, but Jake Manalio on the Nitro kart there in the 191, Cameron Johnson, Maxwell Macha, and a couple seconds away of cushion time. They could fight and decide who wants to get that last bit in the podium photos.
De Janeiro's progress stalled out because he lost his rear gunner, because Cade Wolf just couldn't quite stay with the pace and he wasn't able to keep pushing De Janeiro. These two in perfect lockstep at the moment. We're on lap 18 out of 20. We're going to see those 2 flags in the air next time around. Then it'll be game on. It's Ives from Francisco, Parker, Ives, driver number 148 from Davidson here in North Carolina, Jaden Francisco from Toronto in Ontario, Canada, and then Enzo De Janeiro from Poughkeepsie, New York State, through turn 3, the crest of the rise, down towards the bowl. It's now 2 to go. Make that 1.5 laps to go, and still Francisco does not make his move.
Yeah, Parker Ives and Jaden Francisco back to comfort from a few laps ago, as Enzo De Janeiro's kart just doesn't have the speed to hang with him. They've only gotten faster. Ives now down to a 52.79. De Janeiro even in the tow and now slipping out of it. Fell to a 53 flat last time by, and his pusher as well in Cade Wolf fading away also. We're getting ready to get after it now, though. 2 laps to go. Scratch that. White flag. 19 down. 1 lap remains, and Parker Ives and Jaden Francisco have to be mindful of the gap being only just over a second back to Enzo De Janeiro as the fight begins down the back straightaway for the final time to turn number 4.
Parker Ives gives Francisco the outside line into the bowl, knowing that it's almost impossible for Francisco to pull off an outside move with the track in the condition that it's in at that point of the circuit. Now he's going to defend again into turn number 8. Francisco continues to signal to say, I'm not going to go, I'm not going to go, but Jaden's going to have to make a move. He's not going to want to sit in second. Is it going to boil down to a drag race to the finish line, Xander?
Final turn to the inside, Parker low, Jaden high. Not going to happen there, and over-under will be close, but Parker Ives wins again for the second year in a row at Trackhouse Motorplex with the U.S. Pro Kart Series. A great performance for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro karts. In fact, they'll have 3 on the podium as the final lap saw an absolute explosion of that pack that we were keeping tabs on. Nicholas Moez still yet to cross the line. He went out with 2 laps to go. Orioli yet to cross the line. He went out last lap. Macha goes out on the last lap and just barely gets to the loop in 21st. Something crazy must have happened back for the battle for 5th. There's Orioli. He'll cross the line now after the incident, of course, with Burgess from earlier still continuing, but his teammate Nicholas Mose out, and Jake Manolio, a race where he was all by his lonesome for so much of it, gets rewarded for keeping his head down with a 5th place finish and a podium. 3 RPM Nitro karts on the box, along with Enzo De Janeiro in the Parolin and Cade Wolf. Cameron Johnson, a great drive back to 6th. Holden Myers, 24th to 7th. Mauro Nario, 17th to 7th as we go down to the scale line.
One moment while Parker gets his helmet off, but Parker, you're a 2-time Carolina Grand Prix winner here. How did you get it done?
Well, you know, I had to put a little trust into Jaden. You know, he's my teammate. I should be able to trust him. I decided to trust him. Worked out last lap. I mean, I just knew what I had to do, and you know, we pulled it off. Great race. I mean, I really had to be smart. I mean, it's really hard trying to win against all these people. So, I mean, feels pretty good to be able to win again.
Speaking of just knowing what it took to get it done, what are you thinking about during those last few laps when you know you're leading, you know you want the win? What are you thinking about?
Well, again, I needed to trust Jaden. You know, it's kind of hard to trust some people here. I mean, it's not very easy to trust people. You know, I just had to defend. I had to defend good. I had to make sure I can make sure he's behind me and win, obviously. And great race to Jaden.
And finally, who do you want to thank for this?
My mom, my dad, my mechanics, Rich and my dad couldn't be here. And really, Ryan Perry helping me out, letting me go under his tent, and Tap Racing Motors. I mean, he's helped me a lot last year, and everyone that supports me and watches me from home.
Thank you, Parker, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for another main event. Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior getting ready to go for 22 laps. Let's take a look at how they'll line up. Alexander Vanchev on the Rolison Performance Group Cosmic's going to lead our field to green alongside Ashton Woon. The two finished 1-2 in yesterday's final heat. And after the way the points were scored, they'll start 1-2 today.
Cole Medeiros and John Antonino go from row number 2. Antonino has been particularly strong in his first year as a junior X30 driver.
Moving back to row number 3, Jose Alejandro Halfin on the RPG Cosmic puts Cosmics 1, 3, and 5. And then it's Edward Kennedy on the Energy rolling from 6. Tristan Murphy, Juther Malaswamy, Teo Salamao, and Lucas Palacio. And as they're already working their way around turn number 9, we'll take this moment as you can see all the rest of the names on screen to show you the next page, because it's a healthy grid here for X30 Junior. Take a look at it here for your favorite driver all the way back to Jackson Elefante, who will have his work cut out for him from 31st on the grid in the SCR sponsored division. And this one should be wild.
Spoke to William Vita's dad. William having a tough day yesterday, moving up into Junior X30. His coach Harley Keeble sort of saying, look, just calm down. You can do this. Don't race the class. Just race the racetrack. Further, other little bits and bobs. To name Sarah Bradley, the only driver in the Speed Concept Racing all-in on a Sony kart. Row 5 is one to watch. Theo Salamao and Nicholas Palacio. Nicholas Palacio?
Lucas Palacio.
That's
Nick's his dad. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there we go. But row 5 is one to watch as well.
Let's see them round that final turn and get ready for 22 laps of action. A great look from the flag stand here overlooking the racetrack on our mobile camera. Alexander Vanchev's on the left there in the purple, pink, and blue RPG Cosmic. The white, black, and red Speed Concepts Racing Science Machines. Ashton Woon. We're racing down to turn 1. It's a great jump for the inside. Woon's going to lose 2 spots, but he'll slot to 3rd. Mad Max Weiland's on a Mad Max journey to the outside of turn number 2.
Oh, AJ Miles will be displaying, and there goes Antonino over the dirt as well, coming out of turn number 3 already. Weiland and Antonino on the back foot. Is that it for them? 22 laps. Woon trying to hold off Halfin. It was a terrible start the weekend for Jose Halfin. It's getting better and better and better, and he is now challenging for the place in the top 3.
Through into turn number 9, side by side, down the inside, Cole Medeiros there, looking to go through on Teo Salamao and Tristan Murphy, as behind him now, Halfin slots into line, coming to the end of lap number 1.
Tristan Murphy, of course, fast in warm-up this morning, but then in the number 7, it was the number 7 to 8 of Travis Pettit, who was the fastest in warm-up this morning, but then as soon as he set fastest time, he ended up in the barriers. Hopefully, that Speed Concepts Racing number 7 to 8 kart, currently running 10th, is fixed and well. There is the red and white race suit of 707. Cole Medeiros getting run over wide, almost wheel to wheel with that RPG kart of Jose Halfin as we head down towards turn number 8. Vanchev leads. A little bit of a stack up into turn number 8. Medeiros forced wide. He's going to lose a couple of places. Kennedy, his fellow Canadian, on the Energy Core chassis. Now on the outside, here comes Antonino on that red and black and checkered MPG Motorsport machine. He's also now in the thick of the pack. But as this great scrummage of karts heads through turns 1 and 2, up at the front, Vanchev, Woom, Salamao and Murphy are simply driving away from the rest. They haven't learnt, these Junior X30 drivers. You cannot let the leaders get away at the start, because look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 have gone. This is the battle for 6th, back to 26th position, and it's getting further and further away. They're already 3.5 seconds off the race lead.
3 laps down, long way to go still, though, as the field is now so spread apart. And look at this major gaggle coming down the front straightaway back to Sarah Bradley and Antonino, who bails out of line first. It'll be Dupuis making a move on Medeiros as the backward slide rolls more so for the 707. just ahead of what looks to be Katowski on the TKG machine. There's Jude Thermalaswamy. Max Weiland around the outside will lose his spot there, just ahead of Travis Pettit in the 7:28. So through the middle of the racetrack, through turn number 6, on the run into turn number 8. Vanchev still the leader, well out in front. This group's got our eyes and the spotlight and a lot of battling back and forth.
Yeah, Weiland making a move there, passing the number 791 Kart of Thermalaswamy into turn number 8 there. And there is the number 728 also passing Thermalaswamy. That is Pettit. So the Kart is being fixed after morning warm-up. Further back, there's the number 719 RPG car of Luca Popescu in the mix. But this Sarah Bradley, who has now emerged in P6 for the Speed Concept Racing team, is 4.5 seconds. The gap continues to grow between these four, and then Jose Halfon almost in no man's land in 5th position. But it's Vanchev leading Woon, leading Salameo. Now Salameo, from the 5th row of the grid, he made a great start. The driver that started alongside him on row number 5, Lucas Palacio, has made a terrible start and has slipped back to 17th.
Yeah, this has not been great for Lucas on the Kart Republic as Ashton Woon takes over second there with a move to the inside of Teo. And that will bring Tristan Murphy back a little closer as Salamao wants it right back from Ashton Woon. So Teo Salamao and the Orsolone team continue to have a banner year. Again, from 9th on the grid, he has made quick work of these first few laps to put himself in position with the driver that he duked it out with nearly all weekend in Daytona, Alexander Vanchev. He was probably hoping he had a little more time before he was going to have to deal with the 751, but Teo is there, Henry.
Yes, indeed. And Vanchev, though, hasn't turned around, hasn't looked over his shoulder. He's remaining bolt upright in that kart. You can see Salamao sort of ducking down behind the NASA panel. He's really pushing and trying. Vanchev is like a stone statue behind that wheel. Absolutely still as he looks for the next apex into turn number 4. Sun shining here in North Carolina. Woon in P3. Murphy in P4. Halfon continues to fall away. Bradley is next. New leader, Theo Salameo into top spot. The driver, based out of Aventura, Florida, but from initially Brazil, leads this race.
Teo Salamao at the front of a tightly packed four-man group here with Murphy closing on in. Looking further back, Jose Alejandro Halfon's just trying to catch back up to the bus that left the station without him 2 seconds away and about 3 seconds up the road from Mad Max. Weiland went wide from 12th on the grid back to around the high teens. He's gotten himself to 6th now as they trade again, this time for second. Woon going by. 4 different race teams represented here in the top 4. Orsolone Racing, one of the event partners here this weekend for the Carolina Grand Prix. Speed Concepts Racing there with Ashton Woon, the class sponsor. Rollison Performance Group there going to second now with Alexander Vanchev. And Ryan Perry Motorsport with Tristan Murphy moving up and into third now as Woon got pushed so far into the marbles, even missed a bit of the exit of turn number 9. He'll slip back a couple of car lengths to 4th, but more importantly here, for the sake of the field and the sake of the rest of this race, Teo Salamao with a 5/10 of a second advantage.
And that was why Vanchev was so desperate to make the move back into P2, because Salameo, no sooner had he taken the lead, he started to pull away, and Vanchev was like, okay, I gotta go. He obviously backs himself to catch up to the race leader, and he didn't back.
Oh no!
Backwards. There's an RPM car in
that,
the barriers. It's the 755 of William Kim.
And one more, Edward Kennedy, the other one involved potentially.
Yeah, Edwards had a great run. I was just about to say that all 31 karts are still running, and you know there was only 14 seconds separating the field. We potentially have lost a couple there, and up into P6 you could just see behind Max Weiland has passed Sarah Bradley and is beginning to bring the gap to the lead group down, and battling like this will only help Weiland's cause.
Alexander Vanchev back to the point now with that move in turn number 4. And like you said, Henry, Weiland needs a lot of that. Every pass will help. Every battle will help. We know these two up front love to fight, and they are at it already. Vanchev with a little fade down low to defend into turn number 8. That'll stack him up. It's a new life for Ashton Woon. After getting shuffled back, he still is only just now reconnecting with the top 3. And Jose Halfin is loving this.
Yep.
He's on the way there in 5th. Weiland would love to get there. Sarah Bradley could make it another SCR machine in the front as everybody goes low now behind the 706.
Weiland and Bradley gained 0.7 of a second on the leaders last time around. Here comes Salameo again with Murphy now showing his hand and moving into P2. Vanchev down to 3rd. Into P4 now is Woon. Halfon within a second and a half of these 4. There is Jose Halfon. Is help on its way for Vanchev, or is it just another headache for the DHL-backed Rollison Performance Group driver? There are no friends here. This is every man, woman, and child for themselves.
Out of that last turn down the front stretch, once again, we'll hit halfway. Cross flags from Porter. New leader again. Teo to the point. Vanchev's going to follow. Murphy will find a hole into 3rd, just barely ahead of Ashton Woon. Here comes Jose Halfin to make it 5. It was 4+ seconds to Weiland. It's less than 2.5. It'll get even closer now as Salamau begins the 1 to break for the low side into 4.
In the space of 2 laps, this group have lost 2 full seconds to Max Weiland, Sarah Bradley, and Travis Pettit, who run 6th, 7th, and 8th. And they're only going to lose more ground as they continue to fight like this. 3 wide. Here comes Woon trying to go around the outside. Halfon now has it. Halfon to the inside into 3rd. Woon is spat wide. Weiland, Bradley, and Petit join the group at the front.
Ashton Woon has just every time he's been able to recover and rebuild himself has been knocked back down a peg. This time it's put him all the way to 8th with water on the tires, dirt on the tires. He'll be slow for the next lap or so. Meanwhile, his teammates now are the ones that'll be representing the SCR gang, trying to bring the fight up front. Bradley in the yellow helmet. Travis Pettit right behind her in the black suit. His debut with the team, his first weekend, back aboard an OTK chassis that he began his junior campaigns on. Here's a move from Bradley, trying on Murphy, not going to happen. He'll slam the door on the young lady. And Pettit with an over-under will bring it alongside. No net change, but they'll lose a lot of time. And the leaders, look at Salamau and Vanchev. They have stopped the battling for now, and it has paid dividends. The gap now is at about a second. It was 8/10. It is a full second to Halfin.
I think Alex Vanchev has realized, okay, there's no point trying to fight it. I may as well just push. I can see which way this is going. And Vanchev, because Max Weiland, he's kept the momentum. He caught the group. He's dropped Bradley and Petit. They're still 6th and 7th. Weiland has been able to catch, pass, and pull away without losing his momentum. Vanchev, I think, may have recognized this, or at the very least has been signaled to, and yeah, he understands what needs to be done. He gets his head down. Meanwhile, Antonino runs night. There's the Orsalon Racing team. They're all saying, work together. Look at that, push, push, push.
I don't even know what the tape means right there. What does the tape mean? But nonetheless.
Oh, it's the tape taking off his radiator.
Oh, they're trying to let him know that the engine's about to start getting too hot. They're trying to remind Teo to pull the tape off the radiator. Let's see if he got the signal. I think he's too focused on the race at hand.
You can see the black tape there. It's flicking. It's flapping because they've left it for a reason. Now saying, now take the tape off before she goes pop. What goes pop in Brazilian?
I don't know. Okay, I guess that worked. Yeah, I mean, at any point, the sound for sure. Now, Teo Salamau, to give the viewers a little bit of insight, right? These motors, they can run hot. They just don't perform as well. And I think with that little bit of tape on the radiator, they're trying to remind him, hey, we think at this point in the race, we need you to pull 1 or 2 pieces off to bring it down a little bit, to get it back in that peak performing range of about 125 degrees Fahrenheit. If it gets above 140, you really start to lose a little power. And, of course, if it does get way too high, Henry, you can't have the motor let go. Side by side further back as well as Max Weiland closes in. He was almost purple. He was purple last time. 4/10 better, 3.5 to be exact, than the race leaders.
Max Weiland has driven one heck of a race so far. And here's the lead change. Vanchev makes the move as Salameo starts getting a little bit more hot under the collar in more ways than one. But it's Mad Max Weiland who is on the move. Now he's got to go now, has Weiland. He cannot sit behind Salameo, who may be in a little bit of trouble. He's got to go on that magic cart. It's got to be now, Xander, or else Vanchev's going to disappear.
Yeah, let's see what he decides to do in 4. I think that was not a bad decision to push Salamao down the straightaway. Teo got a good exit through 2 and 3 to keep them close. And if you can make the move maybe in an 8 or maybe wait one more lap, you know, when for Max Weiland, he's got to prove to these two that they deserve, or that he deserves to get a spot like that and then have them not dive bomb him the next corner right now. By pushing Salamao, he probably earned a little bit of give in that regard. And by passing him there in 8, knowing that he was going to be a little better through 9, he's taken that opportunity away. Let's see if that exit was good. It was. Max Weiland has never won a U.S. National before. He is the fastest kart on the racetrack. He's driven through the dirt in the runoff from 12th on the grid, backwards beyond that, and now back up into second with 5 laps to go. Can this kid, this happy-go-lucky young man who has been so close so many times, get that first win? Or will Alexander Vanchev pad the stats with another major victory and a blow to his battle with Teo Salamao in the championship? Here comes Weiland to the lead in turn 8, and the journey to the front is complete. But right like that, Vanchev's back at him. Salamao's going to get both of them out of turn number 9. And here comes Weiland. He'll get back by as well.
This is as much a test of nerve, of maturity, of control as it is of how heavy your right foot is for Max Weiland, because he's been pushed back, he's gone backwards, he's come back forward, he's lost the position again. Don't lose your nerve. Now Murphy in 4th, Bradley in 5th is holding off Woon, Pettit, Halfon, Antonino and Palacio back up into the top 10. But yeah, this is now a test of Max Weiland's nerve. How much has he learned? How much has AJ Meyer told him? How much have the rest of the Magic team sort of coached him and coached him and coached him? Because he's been knocking on the door for over a year now.
Now here's the thing. He ran all those great lap times catching the leaders, but as the leader, you slow down naturally as Alexander Vanchev goes by, coming to 3 laps to go, because not only do you punch a big hole in the air, but you're the snowplow to clear the racetrack from the back of the field, going wide and going off. So with that, Vanchev taking advantage, now parking the bus on the bottom side. Let's see if he tries to do it for the rest of the race. He's already back low again in 4. Weiland is forced to follow and protect as well, or Teo will be able to slide a nose down the inside. He's going to have to get creative at this point. He had a slim opportunity that has gone away of being able to drive away for his first win. He's going to need to fight for it. Look who's closing in as well. Tristan Murphy's there as Salamao gets to second.
Well, Weiland knows he has the equipment. He has passed both these 2 drivers in front of him in this race. Now he cannot get rattled and flustered because Woon's coming back into play. And they're going to slow each other down. There is Weiland's chance. Can he get to the inside going into 3 to pick up P3 from Murphy again? Yes, he can. Great move. Now he's got to sweep to the inside. Brilliant from Max Weiland. Absolutely outstanding. Now, Max, go, go, go.
Tristan Murphy into second now with an opportunity, but here comes Ashton Woon. Don't forget, he started on the front row. He's on the bumper. He's going to give a little shot to Murphy. Murphy into the weeds in turn number 8. Weiland's lead continues now, and the gaggle behind is nearly 8 or 9 deep. Antonino is in the fight. Halfin is there. Lucas Palacio, welcome back to the spotlight here. Travis Pettit in the middle. Salamao there. White flag. One more lap around for Max Weiland, and a half-second lead to boot as they fight again. Vanchev to the inside.
Weiland looked over his shoulder, so he knows he doesn't need to defend. It's now 0.7 of a mile, 0.6 of a mile, 0.5 of a mile. Just focus. Apex. Oh, it's gone wrong. Salameo.
Into the side of Murphy. Tristan Murphy backed up into the barriers. Teo Salamao. That could trigger a penalty. This championship could flip on its head. Alexander Vanchev fighting for second, but more importantly, Magic Kart USA, the tutelage of the Bajoso brothers, of AJ Myers for Max Weiland, as the fight continues from turn number 9. It's been a long journey and so many close calls, but on Sunday at Trackhouse Motorplex for the Carolina Grand Prix, Max Weiland is a national race winner!
And he's done it in style. What a drive from Mad Max Weiland. That was the drive of the weekend in any class so far. And that young man, hey, racing doesn't owe anybody anything, but my goodness, Max Weiland, you deserve that win.
We cannot wait to go down to pit lane to hear more from him, and you can see he's fired up on the cool down lap. His mom watching along from home, and I'm sure he's going to have a big cheering section from the Magic Kart crew for pulling off that one. Vanchev, Woon, Pettit onto the podium, sneaking by a few on the final lap there to get through. Oh, William Kim into the wall again, the second time in the final. William Kim nose deep into the barriers at turn 4, but the podium completed provisionally by Teo Salamao, Palacio, Halfin, Antonino Bradley, and Nico Katowski. Let's go to the scales.
Max Weiland, you are a national race winner. How good does this feel?
It feels awesome. I had to work extra hard because I had to start in the midfield, and my seat broke halfway through. So I had to deal with some issues, but I still put my head down, took advantage of the situation, and was able to get the victory.
You went off the racetrack. Lap 1, turn 1. You went back to mid-pack. How'd you make your way back up to the front?
I put my head down, trying to pass as many people as I can without losing time. I was able to run down the leaders, pass them, and gapped away.
I don't think I've ever seen more emotion out of AJ Myers in my entire life. How much does this mean to you, and how much do you think this means for the team to finally get it done?
It feels so good. I finally got the national victory. I can put this in my room, number 1. My team is elated, and I'm happy too.
Who do you want to thank for this win?
I want to thank my parents. I want to thank my sponsors. I want to thank my team, especially my mechanic, Robbie, who's built a monster kart, and I'm thankful for God who gave me the chance to be able to race.
Congrats, Max.
Thank you.
Man, can you imagine that? Max Weiland, you talk about grit to go to the end. The seat snap, that seat strut is not comfortable to be driving into your ribs on the right-hand side. Thankfully, it's a predominantly right-hand corner racetrack, but every time in that turn 8 hairpin, he had to be feeling that jut, just trying to push right into his rib cage, and he mustered it. Adrenaline can mask a lot, but that young man, that smile, that emotion, it's going to last for a long time. He's still got to suit up. K Jr. is going to be racing later today after the X30 Pro main, but he'll be on a high wave of confidence. And once he gets through the scale line here, they will get to celebrate with it official and all as Max Weiland checks in with some of his friends and onlookers from that fantastic run in X30 Junior. Our K100 Masters are queued up here. They're going to be rolling next. We've got 3 more mains left on the day. Press conferences for the Pro X30s, and then the podium ceremonies. The presser and the podiums free to view. And hopefully, if all sticks, Mad Max will get to share that link with the world and friends and family all around as he celebrates that first career national win. You always remember your first. We'll see if we get another one of a first-time U.S. Pro Kart Series and U.S. national winner when we return for K100 Masters.
All the way up up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Getting ready to go green. KA 100 Master presented by Nash Motorsports. And we've got them racing and away here for 22 laps of action. Dusty Davis leading your field to green here alongside Renato Yater-David, but Yater-David's got the lead off the bat as they rocket down the backstretch for the first time. Martin Stone into third. Ariel Castro hot off that great performance yesterday into fourth. Miguel Mears sits fifth. Scott Falcone in sixth as they all have made it through the first turn. And I think, Henry, that might be the first time this weekend that class did all survive.
Yeah, but it's the second time this weekend that former track manager here at Trackhouse Motorplex, Dusty Davis, has been beaten into turn number one after starting on pole by Renato Yater-David. Now, Stone in third, Castro in fourth. Castro enjoying the wet weather yesterday. These four drivers have been, I gotta say, the class, the field over, the full race distance. Other drivers have made cameo appearances up near the front, including the likes of Paul Montopoli in fifth position. But the front four, David, Davis, Stone and Castro, pulling away and working together.
As they roll through the infield section now, still working together, as you mentioned, but further back, the battling is on. Miguel Meir, a little gap, but Paul Montopoli, Scott Falcone, Joey Lobu, Brant Estes, they're all lined up there, sixth or so back down the grid. So you can see Montopoli's gotten away into fifth, Meir sixth, side by side, Falcone on the inside of Lobu. Oh, and around goes the 442.
Yep.
Falcone did not know he was still there at the left rear tire. As we trade up second, Dusty back through on Martin Stone.
Lobu drops to 16th position. We have got one of the Carapolettis with us. Kim Carapoletti already up into 12. So Scott Carapalati not racing after the end of the first heat yesterday. And I'm very pleased to say that number 412, Kevin Simonech has remembered to bolt his rear tyres on this time.
And strap the helmet.
And strap his helmet up. Junaid Dean, the American-based Pakistan born driver. His son Ibrahim has been racing. It's now Dad's turn to go out for Orsalan Racing, and I saw the Pakistan flag flying proudly on the side of both their carts. I think they're from Islamabad, I believe. But yeah, one of the very few drivers to fly the Pakistani flag in international motorsport.
We saw Dusty Davis make that move on Renato Yater and then get quickly crossed up and then pass there in turn number 1. So it's back to square one for Dusty from a couple laps ago. The good news is Martin Stone is firing off a lot better than what he did at the end of the day yesterday. That third heat race, said he felt a lot better in the drive when we talked to him this morning. He looks good. How about the lead? He'll take it with an over-under from Yater. And for the second time, that move is going to work. He'll hold it out at turn number 9. We've yet to see someone else lead at the scoring loop. Let's see if Martin tries to go here. Nope, not in 11. They'll stay in line.
Yeah, Renato allowed Martin Stone to have a brief glance at the first position. And Martin goes, well, I like the look of that clear track in front of me. Let me have another little look. There he goes. Dusty Davis following the leader through. Ariel Castro sitting. And, of course, like you said, Ariel told me last night, maybe this is my last race, maybe this is my last year. My son, they just turned 6, I was like, you're not going to retire. And he sort of smiled at me. But joining the party is the best kart of Paul Montopoli. Driving up from 5th position. He's still in 5th. He's closing on the top 5. Miguel Mir is 6th. Estes is 7th. Shambo 8th, Falcone 9th, Alafonte 10th, then it's Mundi Lawyer, Kim Carapalati, Junaid Rodriguez, Simonalic, and Lobu, who's recovering in the downright construction kart. He's in 16th place, but only 10 seconds off the lead. We have got a bit of a race on our hands here in Masters. Dusty Davis trying to push Martin Stone away from the chasing pack. Ariel Castro senses the danger and moves into P3. But look at that. Montopoli has caught. We've now gone from a quartet to a quintet. Oh, we're back to a quartet because Dusty Davis has broken. The kart breaks. The RPM 400 kart has
I think it's
broken.
the throttle cable. He's trying to hand throttle it right now, but I think he knows there's not much you can do there. That throttle cable snapped just off the sheer vibration coming out of turn number 8. He's reaching down to try and press the throttle with his thumb. And Dusty, hand in the air going, oh, man, I had a shot. And now that's all gone.
And, looking at the disappointments, Dusty Davis, he is driven in the NASCAR Truck Series. He's been an ARCA driver. Karting, it still matters for these drivers. Some of them, like you said, Renato David, one formula away from Formula 1. And there goes Ariel Castro. And now Renato David and Castro side by side. No, it's Martin back in the front. Here, and the best kart just eases Stone and Jada David wide. Here comes Estes now. Well, that's one way to thin the herd. Paul Montopoli saying, well, I went to the inside and then I just, I didn't drive all the way out to the exit of the track. It's not my fault the other two on the outside didn't back down. Whether they agree with him or not, but it's now Ariel Castro.
What a shakeup.
What a shakeup. Hurt his elbow in testing, then crashed out at heat number 1. Didn't really come to life until the wet in heat number 3. Now in the dry, he is there leading the way for the RPG team. He's not in full RPG livery. He's on an X30 chassis, but he is there in the awning, and he's got the best kart of Paul Montopoli chasing him down. Let's look down further down the order. There's Maya, Jada David, Estes, Shambo, Falcone in the lower reach, the top 10.
Yeah, so Miguel Mir right there, right behind his Orsalone Racing teammate. lined up. You can see Martin Stone still a little out of shape as he hit the bumps into one. The thing is, though, here, I think the key part of what you just said, Henry, Ariel was really only alive in the wet. He was decent in the dry, albeit he got spun in that first heat race. But through the weekend, he's not necessarily been at the level of Dusty Davis, Renato Yater, David, or Martin Stone. He's been very close, but don't count out those drivers that are only 2 seconds away, especially with this. Paul Montopoli taking the best kart to the lead for the first time in U.S. Pro Kart Series history. A best kart will lead a lap here in the championship in a main event. He'll take us out of 11. It'll be 9 down, and we're still yet to get to the halfway mark with a lot of racing left and what could be a very, very different top 5 when we finish.
You spoke exactly what I was thinking, Xander. You know, the heat races were 12 laps long. There are now 12 laps to go, 11 laps to go.
13, actually.
Pardon?
Yeah, 13. We're working lap number 10.
Oh, we're on lap number 10.
Yeah, on lap number 10. So, so a lot of time left, yeah.
An awful lot of time for the proven packages of Stone and Jada David to catch back up to Castro's kart, which, yeah, it's been quick over 10 laps. Yesterday in the dry, it wasn't quick over 12 laps. How many adjustments have they made? And Montopoli, likewise. He was always very quick at the start of the races, wasn't as strong as possible at the end of the races. However, after the incident he had with Stone and Jada David, Montopoli will want to run and hide.
So that time by, punching his own hole in the air, Montopoli at a 51.4. Castro in his wake, a 51.6. But more importantly, Martin Stone, 51.2. Miguel Mir, 51.1. Renato Jader, David, 51.2. And Brent Estes following in his tire tracks, showing some great speed out of that Eyes Up Racing Tony kart, the small Georgia-based team. This is one of only a handful of events on their calendar. I don't know if we'll get to see them at the remaining 2 U.S. Pro Kart Series events. But Brant's running really strong, and he's got a short gap back to another couple drivers joining us here this weekend, like Todd Shambo from Daytona, and from that spin in the first few heats off the start for him, I believe it may have been 2 or 3. He had no luck yesterday, no love at all. His daughter Brooks running great. She's on the grid for X30 Pro, but Dad's under fire from Scott Falcone. Estes as well, pulling the trigger to get by Renato. So changing here, there's Shambo. He went side by side into 3 and bailed out of it, trying to bring the fight back to Falcone. Here comes Paul Elefante, another dad and son duo racing this weekend. Jackson racing earlier in KA Junior. Paul now by on Todd Shambo, and the race of the racer dads goes back the way, P8. For the Rocket Racing Company team. Still with a lot of time left, and that's why we're able to focus back here. But in terms of time, Ariel Castro did find some last lap. He closed up a little. He's closed up some more this time after hitting the reset just by a hair. And Martin Stone is closing up a lot. He's now in the draft of Ariel Castro, 1.1 seconds away.
And despite all that battling, last time around, Paul Elefante, one of the racing dads, he was quicker than Castro. So the lead 13 drivers are actually closing up. Remember I said earlier, on about lap number 8, that Joey Lobu was 10 seconds behind the leaders in 13th place. Well, he's now only 9.7 seconds behind the leader in 13th place. Rodriguez and Simonellich have had a little excursion, and they're still battling, but back 20 seconds behind it. But the top 13 are actually getting closer and closer together.
Yeah.
And they're only going to get closer because Castro is about to catch Montopoli, and Stone also is going to join the fun once again.
Yeah, Miguel Mir was tracking to get there in a moment, but he lost a little bit of time. 51.34 for Miguel last time by, the leader of 4 flat. He's got Brant Estes to deal with back for 4th. I don't know which one will happen first, the swap for 4th or an attempt for the lead by Ariel. But if there's one thing I've learned over the years of calling races with Ariel Castro in them, it's never take your eyes off of him. He is one of the most exciting drivers to watch. He's not afraid of, well, nearly anything when he's got a helmet on. And he's closing in now to Montopoli, who, like you mentioned, Henry, he was good at points throughout yesterday in the drive, but the long run speed wasn't quite there. The wet speed a little bit less. Still, though, He's hanging on past the midway point with decent lap times on that AMV best kart. And if he can try and at least just bring home some hardware, it'd still, I think, be a job well done. But with now 14 in the books, 8 to go, he's got 2 of the fastest Masters drivers we have in the States. And look at that, Ariel noticing that, realizing he didn't have the power to bring it to Montopoli, waving by Martin Stone, saying, here you go, teammate, you take a run at him.
Ariel Castro also had a bird's eye view of Martin Stone getting pushed off the track earlier on by Paul Montopoli.
Indeed.
And says, right then, actually, do you know what? I shall let you deal with this leader, hoping that he'll pick up the pieces. But still, you know, Lobu in 13th, he's gained another 10th. But whatever happens now, Paul Montopoli has proven that best kart is a match for any other brand, certainly in Masters, that is racing. So if you wanted something different, if you want to go and not go with the rest of the crew and do something different, the best kart is an option. Montopoli has done that job perfectly. Now he's got a job to do because he's got to hold off not 1 but 2 RPG karts. This is David versus Goliaths.
Yeah,
Plural.
2 very, very fast machines that are tuned up here for the final. Brant Estes, by the way, he has pulled the trigger and gone by Miguel Mears, so move him now into the 4th spot. Renato Yater-David seemingly still at a bit of a loss for the speed from earlier. Last time by, he closed up to Miguel off the pass, but not at the pace of the top 3. And your update on Lobu, he has gotten Junaid Dean, so he's moved up to 12th. But his progress will probably end around there. Mundi Lawyer trails at the back of kind of that 4th to 10th or 11th scrum. So he's had a great day, and that whole midfield group are all still battling it out for the final spots in the top 10. But right here, 6 laps remaining with 16 complete. And the pressure is on Paul Montopoli and Martin Stone. He's in the catbird seat right now. He's in command of what happens next.
Well, Montopoli is busy answering potential customers' questions. Can the best kart compete against some of the best OTK products? Yes. Can the best kart compete over a long race distance, more than, say, 10 laps? Well, we're on lap number 18 now. The answer is yes. Oh, Ariel Castro starting to shake his arm there. Maybe that elbow injury coming back to haunt him, or coming back just to give him a little bit of jip as the race continues. So either way, Montopoli is showing that wagon, that product from AMV, is up to the task at the highest level. No! There's the move.
Big moment there for Paul as he slipped wide in 6, and now Ariel's going to send it to seal it as Martin Stone's going to get about a 4 to 5 car length lead. And for Ariel Castro, he may play blocker just a bit to Paul Montopoli to give Martin a bit of a gap. He knows that while this weekend is a fun opportunity, a cool opportunity to get to race with Rawls Performance Group, that Martin Stone is chasing a championship. But he did just tap his helmet to say follow. So who knows? I mean, at the end of the day, Ariel Castro doesn't get to do this all too often. Maybe now he tries to lock back in. He got a great launch there out of turn 2. He's got a huge run to the back of Martin Stone. This one is far from over.
Yeah. Do we know the same Ariel Castro? He won't lie over. He won't roll over for anybody. If he spots a chance to win, he will take it. These 3 drivers are now 3.6 seconds in front of Estes, Maya, Alafonte, Shambo, and the rest. Stone leads them out of turn number 8 through turn number 9 on the traditionally liveried Cosmic Kart of the RPG. What can Montopoli do? Now it's down to Montopoli to push Ariel Castro, who is still in the slipstream. Castro follows his teammate in his wheel tracks through turn number 1, and I do believe Stone is beginning to defend.
He's feeling the pressure for sure, Henry, and so is Ariel, but he's going to take that pressure to the lead. Montopoli follows him through. Estes is rubbing his hands together now with this happening with 3 laps to go, that maybe, just maybe, Brand Estes can get in there and make it more than just 3 with a fight for the win. Here's Ariel with a big defensive move down low. Montopoli tripped up on the exit, and Stone is going to pull alongside him and Ariel. But back to the inside goes Montopoli through 9, through over to 10, single file again. The double sticks will come out this time by 3 drivers, nose to tail, to finish it out in K100 Masters.
It doesn't matter whether you're 10, 20, 30, 40 or 50 years old. It's just as competitive here in the US Pro Kart Series. Castro leads over the hill. Here comes Montopoli, who swings out wide into the bowl. Side by side, Stone's going to get a good run here on the penultimate lap. Through turn 6, through turn 7 now. Being careful about those barriers and who is latest and bravest on the brakes into 8.
Side by side there as Montopoli runs the high side. Martin Stone to the inside, coming out of 8 over to 9. Side by side there again with an over-under this time. Martin will get that done. He'll get the clear racetrack and a gap gifted as well. But now, after all the pace he had to put on display to run down that guy, Paul Montopoli, laps ago, he's going to need to put it on display again. Ariel waved back as he went on the front straightaway, and I think more than a wave, it was just to get a little bit more life. Shake that elbow one more time. Yes. Here comes Martin down the back. Ariel points him by into turn number 4.
And that's not team orders. That's Ariel realizing there's a championship at stake and he's not part of it. Now, was it a trick? Has he tried to fool his teammate? Will Stone defend? Will Ariel come back at him? Stone, he thinks about it. No, doesn't defend into 8. This has worked out perfectly for Martin Stone. Castro, is there one more trick up the sleeve in what's been a fantastic KA100 Masters final? Montopoli's on the podium, but it looks like Stone is going to triumph.
Out of the last turn, Martin Stone victorious here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Ariel Castro second as he takes a breath of relief across the line. RPG 1-2 in the Nash Motorsports K100 Masterclass. Paul Montopoli third in a best career, best kart result of the US Pro Kart Series. Problems late here for Paul Elefante. We did not catch that, unfortunately. We saw him last battling it out with Todd Shambo, Miguel Mir, and Mundi Lawyer. That middle group got up to less than a couple seconds away with Estes fourth and onto the podium in the Eyes Up Racing Tony Kart. And Miguel Mir adds another bit of hardware to that storied career he's had in the Masters classes with a 5th place result ahead of Todd Shambo. Ariel's going to take in this cool down lap here and enjoy it as he picks up a bit of marbles to meet or exceed the minimum weight in the scales. And man, he just had to feel how tough it was to trudge through that race. And kudos to him for making it all the way to the end. And congratulations to Martin Stone for closing it out as your winner in KA100 Masters. So we go from that down to the starting grid for your X30 Pro division. And, well, we are ready to bring you the action one more time with this class. 2 main events remain. The KA Juniors will follow, but let's kick it off with an introduction of a man who needs no introduction. Ryan Norberg, one of the winningest American drivers in history and the most decorated one on the grid in the active class. He starts from the pole, trying to become a U.S. Pro Kart Series champ once again and turn that 2 plate to a 1 here in 2025.
Joining Ryan on the front row, his teammate, a new name to American karting, the only driver from the UK to do the British Triple Crown of the British title, which is a triple champion, followed by the GP plate and the O plate. It's his RPG teammate, Air Force One, Gus Lawrence.
Moving back from Gus here now to the inside of row number 3. Speed Concepts Racing's Austin Garrison scored his first U.S. Pro Kart Series championship last season, and a last-second opportunity for him to be able to get behind the wheel of the SCR Signs machine this weekend has got him rolling from position number 3.
The third member of the RPG quartet on this grid. Hayden Jones, a one-off drive this year potentially for the North Carolina State Wolfpack students. He goes from P4.
Moving back to the inside of row number 3, Dalton Haynes in the Haynes Motorsport machine. He has been exceptionally quick here this weekend. However, with that said, the Haynes Motorsport Sodies are split amongst the grid. You'll see the other later on. And for Dalton, a penalty in Heat 1 has him back on the inside of row 3.
Ryan Raffer has credited Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing for helping bring him to the fore and working on his return to top line national level karting. He'll go from row number 3 in that full tilt sponsored Lando Norris kart.
Moving back to the inside of row number 4, Paulie Massimino's already got a win on the day. The BJR LN kart was wicked fast in KA100 Senior. He rolls from 7th here as he tries to double up on the senior divisions and get one heck of a payday with $16,000 in total on the line for the top 6 purse.
Caden McQueen has had to overcome chassis troubles and engine woes to put that energy course kart on the outside of row number 8. Is that kart going to be like lightning here in the main event?
They've done a lot of development for Caden McQueen in that machine to get him happy with it. And now we check back in with a kid who has hovered the top 10 all weekend, but he ended Friday with a very fast happy hour time. Second and happy hour for Enzo Vidmontien, the rookie and the Brazilian-American that resides in Orlando, Florida, driving for SLA Kart Racing, rolls to the inside of row 5.
Believe it or not, there are only 2 Tony karts in the field. One of them is driven by this driver, Daniel Perez, the only man for the TPC family-run team. That kart is orange, the wagon is green, and he starts inside the top 10.
Moving back to the inside of row number 6, Colin Lloyd for Velocity Racing Sodi. He has been up and down throughout the weekend, but he's always been moving forward in those heats after the qualifying effort on Friday. Rolling from the inside of row 6, and more importantly, that inside lane starting spot should be very helpful for the Miami, Florida native.
Last year, Zavin Roberts finished 5th in the Junior X30 class in this championship. He moves up to seniors this year, even though he is still just 12 years old, with a special dispensation to run this class. The 6-footer starts from the outside of row number 6.
Row number 7 will see the second of the Energy Corsa America's entries so far. Levi Sangera in the number 350 has had a pretty under-the-radar start to his Carolina Grand Prix, but he's going to have a good shot at it. The Canadian from P13 here on the inside lane.
Fast Frankie Mossman may be from Newport Beach, California, but as his single-seater career begins to take off, he might find himself moving to Silverstone in the UK and continuing his karting career in my home country.
Let's take a look back from Fast Frankie Mossman on that J. Howard Driver Development Kart Republic. Moving to the inside here, row number 6. Santiago Fernandez makes his Energy Corsa America's debut this weekend. New colors, new suit, same helmet, same old Santi from Miami, Florida, the 399, rolling from the inside of row number 8.
And Santi will be joined on the 8th row of the grid by the number 325 TKG Birolart USA machine of Finnegan Bailiff. Finnegan being helped this weekend by our onboard Jim Weed camera and 2000 World Karting Champion Colin Brown.
As you can see there, our Jim Weed onboard will be riding shotgun with Finnegan Bailiff throughout this main event. He's ready to go aboard that TKG Birolart, and we'll get to watch all of the action. Shotgun on the left with him. Let's go back to row number 9 on the inside here. A weekend that hasn't yet shown the speed of that Vice Racing Kart Republic from last summer. Miami Grand National USA champion from 2024, the kid from Key West, Jacob Kolar, will be rolling from P17 here in this 22-lap main event.
And rounding out the front 9 rows of the grid, Dalton Haynes Motorsports' first customer driver, Ball Ground Georgia's own Callan Spears. Callan drives the number 389 kart and will roll off from the outside of row number 9.
That'll put the second of the two Haynes Motorsports entries on the books. Row number 10 as we get outside the top 20. A deep starting spot with some work to be done, but the Timmy Tech Comp Kart has shown some speed this weekend. Henry Taylor in the number 301 will roll from P21 on the inside of row number 11, looking for hopefully a little bit better luck as he's got that spot a bit buried down the field.
As the only young lady in the X30 Pro field, Mike Doty Racing's Brandon Jars and Crack, Brooke Shambo will round out the top 20. The young lady from Monroe, Georgia was top 10 in qualifying.
Let's check back in right behind the young lady here. Back on to Brian Garcia on row number 11. 19 for Henry Taylor. It's actually 21st. My mistake for this Chad Dawkin Racing backed Kart Republic driver. The 396 to the inside of the lane.
And on the outside of row 11, we have the J. Howard driver development number 317 of Maverick McKenna. Of the 27 drivers in this class, Maverick is the only one that hails from the great state of Utah.
Moving back to row number 12 on the grid. It's all Rawlson Performance Group. The number 379, Quentin McPherson, has had to start buried in the pack through the heat races. He's had some speed, some spots of brilliance, but he's still got more work to be done here to drive forward in this one. He's joined, of course, by a fellow teammate on the outside.
Yeah, that teammate goes by the name of Henry Leppard from Denver, Colorado. Driving the number 311 kart, Henry finished 12th in last year's US Pro Series Senior X30 class.
The final couple of starters here, the final three on the grid. Starting first with 25th on the starting lineup for the Velocity Racing Sodi SLA Kart Racing entry. Christian Blevins Jr. in the 335 lines up to the inside of row number 13.
And on the outside of row number 13, the TKG Birrell Art Machine of Damaris, New Jersey's Remy Andriatos. P26 on the grid.
A little bit of a ways to go for Remy on that TKG Birrell Art to be able to join his fellow teammate, Finnegan Bailiff, but he's not got the last spot. That one goes to the man just behind him, Zachary Clayman DeMello, ZCD, shotgun on the field, and he's ready to go forward. The 313 from Canada, driving for Nash Motorsports aboard a TB kart here this weekend, and he's ready to go as we take a look back to our 27 drivers, and they will fire the engines, and we'll pull that grid up on your screen here in a moment so you can take one last look at how they will line the grid. What a beautiful day it is here at Trackhouse Motorplex, and there's a look at the full split of the rows 1 through 10, all the way back to Brooke Shambo there along with Henry Taylor.
As we look down, I noticed last night Henry Taylor, he and his dad were the last people here in the paddock working on that number 301 Timmy Tech Comp Kart chassis. It's the only Comp Kart in the X30 Pro class. Taylor had it off in the last heat of the day, and when everyone else had gone home, they were still diligently working to get that kart fixed. There are the top 20 starters. Let's not forget, they are racing for the biggest prize fund in this series yet.
Yeah, once again, upwards of $17,000, nearly $7 grand to the winner. We'll break it down for you as the drivers begin to race around onto the racetrack for the outlap. 22 laps, and someone is walking away $6,844.50 richer here from this main. Let's go down to pit lane for a last bit of information.
While Austin Garrison rolls off P3, it's not all sunshine and rainbows on board that SCR machine. Garrison let me know before the race that he's been struggling with that chassis to stay ahead of it. Feels like the dry pace isn't as good as his wet. Haley, what you got?
Thank you, Haley. How about our most recent winner in X30 Pro competition here at Trackhouse Motorplex, Jacob Kolar, a chassis change overnight. He's looking to work his way up to the front.
The outlap completed now, and a chassis change for Jacob Kolar will be something to keep our eyes on here as this race unfolds. But the storyline through Saturday, Henry, while there were plenty of others, it ended with only two really in frame. Ryan Norberg along with Gus Lawrence. This weekend is about the debut of Gus in a two-race deal here with Rollins Performance Group this weekend and the SCUSA Pro Tour at the end of May. But the battle amongst the teammates, it's been clean to this point. Will it stay that way? We've got the views on track and, of course, the Jim Weed on board here with Finn Bailiff as well.
Yeah, that Jim Weed on board is going to give us some incredible pictures as the clouds lift, the blue sky shines. $17,500 on the line in this class. Over $6,000 to the winner, and it's two of the best from the USA and the UK. Norberg and Lawrence will lead them to the line.
Rollins Performance Group, X30 Pro, ready for action. Down to turn number one. Green flag in the air from Trackhouse.
And it's a good start from the inside of row two from Austin Garrison. Norberg takes the lead. Lawrence slips to third. Haynes in fourth. And the wild card, the one-off drive this year for Hayden Jones, who knows how to get it done at this track, runs in P5.
Yeah, don't count out the 316. Matthews, North Carolina's Hayden Jones was the fastest driver in heat number one, the only heat race we got in proper dry conditions like these as they all fan out into the hairpin. Look at fast Frankie Mossman trying to make some moves back up. A slider there on the likes of the energy of Santi Fernandez gets him one spot back down in 8. And we'll go up the hill to put one lap down. It's Norberg, Garrison, Lawrence, and look at this here in the midfield scrum. Finn Bailiff there with a nice move coming out of turn number 11 for a position change. And a few there inside the top 5 as well. Hayden Jones passing Paulie Massimino in the back.
Yeah, we saw Kate McQueen also making moves into 8th position, make that on the Energy Course chassis. Now, we've seen this before this year, Norberg versus Garrison. And Garrison has not been shy about just saying, I want it more this year. I've always wanted to win, but now I want it more. But here comes Gus Lawrence to the inside, puts Gus into P2, and we're now set, and they're not the best of friends this weekend. Massimino and Haynes side by side, battling behind Jones for what is now 5th and 6th position.
One of the best things about the best drivers is how quickly they're able to reset their emotions. As frustrated as the pair were with each other yesterday, more so again on Paulie's side, they know the task at hand is to stay in the fight for the money here at Trackhouse Motorplex. And that's, of course, why Gus Lawrence did not want to give Ryan Norberg any opportunity to get away. I think that turn 8 pass was a little more painful than he would have hoped it would have been, and they've cost themselves a couple tenths, but they're still well within range early in this race, and Ryan Norberg is notably one of the best at turning up late, so I don't think they'll lose him yet, but I will say moves like that further back, Massimino on Haynes, could lose a little touch with the top 4. That'll put them outside the draft window. And it's RPG 1-2-4 as Hayden Jones closes up to the back bumper of last year's pro champion.
This is a race that is going to be decided by not just seconds or half seconds, by hundredths and tenths and maybe even thousandths, because we'll watch the lap times. The lap times will stay so close together, and Garrison will look around and he'll realize, I'm the only non-RPG kart in this battle, and he will know that Hayden Jones will want to try and get him out of the way early. That might force Austin to go on offense against Gus Lawrence, which in turn might give Norberg the gap he needs. But you know what? Gus has caught the race leader. Norberg Nation meet Air Force One.
It's been all smiles, all fun and games, all excitement under the tent so far, but now is where it really matters. Again, it's a huge swing in the payday from first to second. The winner today will walk away with $6,844. Second will still come away with $3,500, which is more than third. But again, it's a near $3,500 swing, exactly about $3,300 between first to second place. another 1,000 back to third, which is why Hayden Jones knows even with that gap, it's a 750 difference. And Austin Garrison, a frustrated moment there as he realized the gap just really opened up to the two that have been the best so far.
That was a clinical move by Hayden Jones, and it was probably a timely one because look at Paulie Massimino, Dalton Haynes, Enzo Vidmontien, and Caden McQueen closing in behind. Rafa runs 9th, Lloyd 10th. Then you've got Sanguera, Mossman, Bailiff, Fernandez, Roberts, Perez, Taylor, and Jacob Kolar up into 19th position. All 27 karts still running.
Enzo Vidmontien has been really good these opening couple of laps, matching the pace of the leaders. Let's see how long he waits to try and make a move on Dalton Haynes, the youngest driver inside the top 8 spots. He's surrounded now by veterans. Caden McQueen, Energy Corsa America's lead gun. Dalton Haynes, who was at one point in Enzo's shoes, now finds himself a mainstay at the front of the pack at this class, especially when we are here. And then the top 5, their accolades speak for themselves. Paulie Massimino, the Stars champ from last year. Garrison, the USPKS champ. Jones, the vice champ at the SCUSA Pro Tour and the race winner from 2 years ago. And then the top 2.
Lawrence is as close as he has ever been to Ryan Norberg through turns 5 and 6. Don't forget, the payout goes down to P6, so the last driver currently in the money is Dalton Haynes in 6th position. He's holding off Vidmontien and McQueen, the top 8 drivers, now 1.5 seconds ahead of everybody else. Hayden Jones is closing in. Garrison and Massimino, 2 of the veterans, have got to start working together. But this is a picture-perfect moment for the Rollerson Performance Group. But who is your money on? Norberg checks over his shoulder. That's not because he's nervous. He's now calculating in that racing brain of his what he needs to do.
He's trying to manage the race right now. He knows Gus Lawrence is probably doing the exact same, just backing up the braking zones, managing the tires as much as they can to try and have something to fight at the end. So in Ryan's case, you're trying to go fast, but not too fast that you become a sitting duck in the final portions of this final. For Paulie Massimino right now, he's got to make that judgment call if he thinks that's what Austin Garrison's doing or if he needs to drop him. He's going to go turn 1, 4th. Paulie Massimino gets by on Austin Garrison, and now Dalton Haynes closes in, who went very low on air pressure, but he is starting to really close the gap as the fight for second begins. Hayden Jones by on Gus Lawrence. Norberg's lead improves now to 4/10. That's good news for Massimino and Garrison as they'll close back up, and the tow should bring Hayden closer. Last year at the IAME shootout races and the main, Hayden Jones, I believe it's actually 2 years ago, just was second fiddle, was close to Ryan, couldn't quite get there. At the SCUSA Pro Tour last year, P2, the champ, Ryan Norberg. He wants to, in his one and only start, in the limited seat time that he's gotten, put one over on not just one of the best out of the United Kingdom over the last decade, but one of the best here in the U.S.
You know the best way to make sure that that one and only start becomes maybe two or three only starts? Earn enough money through racing to pay the entry for the next one. That's what Hayden Jones has got in his mind, because he's the quiet man of the group. He goes under the radar so often. Here comes Haynes.
Oh, contact! Dalton Haynes into the side of Austin Garrison. Garrison did not want to give it up. He had to stop the backward slide, but it's come at the cost of a lot of time. Yep. And now the both of them are out of the draft of the top 4. We'll hit the halfway mark here next time by. 10 laps down, 12 to go. Who was fastest? Gus by 100th as Haynes finally gets the move done in turn 1. And there's nothing Austin Garrison can do now if he wants to keep a shot of the lead, unless he finds a lot of speed, and that is just push Dalton Haynes. Haynes was obviously further back, and Austin knows that it took him a while to catch him. So he knows that the Sodi driver has pace. He just did not want to lose any more touch with the top 4, but this day it's it's sliding backwards for the 341.
Well, we're getting word from our pit reporters that Haynes has gone on lower pressure, so his kart is going to get better and better as the race progresses. We heard from Alex Searle that Austin Garrison was trying to chase the setup of that Speed Concepts Gillard kart or Carlos Sainz kart, and that is coming true to force. We heard from Caleb that Jacob Kolar was on a new frame, and that has really helped. He's up in the 16th position, but it's fast Frankie Mossman, who's on his way from 14th to 9th. He's closing in on McQueen. Oh no, it's gone wrong. The 395 of Vidmontien into the 341 of Garrison. It's over for Garrison and Vidmontien as we run lap 12.
Austin Garrison and Enzo Vidmontien obviously not in agreement on who was at fault there. They've got to be careful, Enzo does, if he doesn't get fired up. The leaders are hauling the mail right now. They will get there in a few seconds. And speaking of hauling the mail, Paulie Massimino, quick time last time by, fastest of the four, closing in on Gus Lawrence. Yellow's waving there through 3 as they still have the stalled car of Vidmontien. They're going to push out of the way, and it looks like he had already escaped behind the barrier. Kudos to the marshal for clearing the go-kart out of the way as well there. And now the only other driver to maybe keep some tabs on would be Caden McQueen. Take a look at the replay on the right-hand side. I don't know. That one's really tough to call. Two drivers going at it, but obviously you got to think big picture here in both cases. It's just...
And I think it looked as though the move them side by side, but then they locked wheels, and that just stopped Vidmontien from turning more. And when they locked wheels, they sort of lazily moved out towards the barriers. It certainly, they didn't hit the barriers with any great force. It wasn't a case of bang, hit the barriers. They locked wheels and then slowly sort of ease themselves into oblivion. As we look at the lead for, Paulie Massimino. Paulie loves being the underdog. He loves being the lone wolf. And my word, speaking of underdogs, Dalton Haynes is closing back in. McQueen is now 6th, up to 7th for Mossman. He is Rafa in 8th with Davin Roberts in 9th. And our camera cart, our Jim Weed onboard camera cart, Finnegan Bailiff, now moves into the top 10 on lap 14 out of 22.
For Frankie Mossman, this weekend's been a little bit of an awkward feeling here for him as he just announced, of course, swapping over to VRD Racing for the remainder of the USF Pro Championships. But he said, look, our relationship with Jay is still great. He wants to be able to bring home some hardware for the JHDD crew and for the Kart Republic North America squad. But right now, having to start back in 14th has been an uphill climb. He's gotten himself to a pretty solid position there in 7th, trailing Caden McQueen. But they need this front pack to have some more movement. And right now, Ryan Norberg is managing this race beautifully. Hayden Jones and Gus Lawrence are just kind of stuck in a bubble 2 to 3 tenths away. Can Paulie Massimino maybe split them up and pick them apart? Last time by, they were all dead knots even, and again, dead knots even there. Then back, Dalton Haynes, seeing if he was going to gain it all. He's only able to match them by himself or lose a little in 5th. Caden McQueen the same back there in 6th.
Can you imagine the nerve that you've got to hold to be in that top 4? Because they all know what's going to happen. They're going to get one shot. Where do you put your kart? That split second that any one of these gets to make the move, to win the big money, they just can't go yet. Can't go yet. Don't go too soon. Don't go too soon. How long can I leave it? How close to the checkered flag do we get before I take my one opportunity? Because at this level, this pro level, you only get one opportunity, because these guys and girls, they don't make mistakes. They don't miss apexes. They all know it. This is the fastest game of chess you will ever see.
Hayden Jones right now, he's in the most frustrating position, how fast he has been this weekend. But once you're behind someone in that dirty air, just not being able to get that tiny bit of downforce that the bodywork creates, and more importantly, keep the tires cool, you have a massive understeer, a massive push through turn 3 especially, and as well here at turn number 9. So you're seeing the kind of a rubber band effect, right? Up the hill to 11, they'll close a little. With the runoff here, they're able to use that and track out a little more. They'll close back up into 1. They'll lose a little bit through 3, but they'll close a lot up the hill into 3 and down the back. So everything they lose in turn 9, they spend the rest of the lap gaining and gaining again. And with 5 laps remaining, the only way this shifts is if all of a sudden the pace changes for one of the 3 drivers, 2nd through 4th, or if you get a mistake out of Ryan Norberg, and I don't know if you can bank on the latter.
No, and I think you'll see Gus Lawrence is now going to go. Lawrence is going to go. The gap between Norberg and Jones is increased by only about 2 kart lengths. Lawrence will see that. We're on lap 18. Lawrence is going to have to make his move now if he's going to make it.
But he's got, I think, Paulie Massimino even quicker closing up to him. He just has been a little better at getting out of a few corners. I mean, he's not closed up at all to Hayden. He's still at a 3/10 buffer back. Haynes has now faded to 3 seconds away. They're all in lockstep. Last time by through turns 1 and 2, though, Hayden Jones looked a little better than what he'd been. Yep. He's trying to experiment with getting some clean air to the front nose, to the tires on that 316. And if there's anyone I think that might have an edge on Ryan when it comes to lap times around this place on equal footing, it would be the kid in 2nd. He's closed down majorly in the infield this lap. Don't count him out yet here, Henry, the mechanical engineering student, who we may not get to see again in 2025, but we hope we can, is trying with all his might as he checks back. No pressure in the form of a pass attempt yet from Gus Lawrence. He struggles a bit in 11, but if he can really get the launch he needs out of 1 and 2 with 3 laps remaining, just maybe he can mount a counterattack. He was a 0.5 better than Norberg last time by.
What do you do if you're Paulie Massimino? Do you have faith in Gus Lawrence, or do you make the move knowing that one move, Lawrence is a little bit wide
That was
there
the
in the
first
bowl.
mistake we've seen.
That was the first mistake on lap 20 out of 22. Now Massimino's going to have to go. Now Massimino, Lawrence begins to defend. This could mean it's now a head-to-head scrap for the win as Massimino and Lawrence wheel to wheel through turn 10.
Paulie got tripped up there and Gus backed him up. That's going to make it a mano-a-mano fight. Yep. Hayden Jones has been reeling for this, hoping for this for a long time, ever since the last time we got to see him on the racetrack at the end of last summer, ending the SCUSA Pro Tour, $5,000 less than Ryan Norberg, who won the championship. Coming to Miami Grands and being unable to get the big win there. But he's won at this level before. He's closed the gap down to 2/10. This is going to be a great dogfight to the end for the win, a close fight for 3rd, and as you can see, Finn Bailiff, while he climbed up to 11th, he's since been passed by Danny Perez, and he's tracked him back down to try and fight for that spot as well. But these two, they've duked it out many times. They've traded a lot of intel from each other, and we're headed to the white flag. Hayden Jones needs a perfect lap to be able to bring anything Ryan Norberg's way.
Yes, indeed. They come out of turn 11. Down the hill, Norberg glances over his shoulder through turns 1 and 2. Behind them, Lawrence defending from Massimino. It's all down to here. Norberg takes a tight line in. Jones is going to get a good run. He's looking at turn 8, Xander.
He is. He's looking at 8. He's looking at 9. Nothing through 6, but he's close now. He's going to be close enough that he'll pressure Ryan into defending in the hairpin. He's going to have to go low. There he is, offline. Jones hits the curb. It's the rubber, and the front end popped in the middle of the hairpin. Norberg, I don't know if he's noticed, he's still defending in 9. It'll come down to the last turn. I don't know if Hayden's there. He is not, by a car length. Ryan Norberg, with the biggest single race payday in USPKS history, wins in Trackhouse.
They keep bringing the rivals in, and Norberg keeps, and there's a battle for the line. Mossman grabs the final money spot on the line from Caden McQueen. What a recovery from Frankie Mossman. They keep bringing him in, and Norberg keeps his neck in front of the rest. That's why he's the big dog in the US karting yard, and has been for some time.
One mistake. Hayden Jones was unbelievable in the final few laps. Oh, so close, but as he went to turn, the front end just gripped. It hooked up over the rubber in the infield section in that hairpin, and as he hit the dark patch, it ripped the steering wheel out for just that 1 second. Otherwise, we would have had a back and forth run all the way to the line. Ryan Norberg, $6,844.50. $3,500 to second for Hayden Jones. $2,457 to Gus Lawrence in third. Paulie Massimino, $1,700 for fourth, $1,500 for fifth, and $1,400 for sixth for Frankie Mossman. That was a big move.
Ryan Norberg, $6,000 richer for you. How good does this one feel?
Feels really good. I think, you know, the best part is the team finished really well. You know, I think it was 1-2. I'm not sure where Gus finished, but I think, you know, he was right there as well. So really good for the team. Showed our speed. But yeah, man, that was a tough one. I knew, you know, I got out early and I thought it was either Gus or Hayden. They got the same orange helmet, so I couldn't tell who it was. But they were just pacing like the same, and I could like eke out just like maybe half a tenth a lap. And so I just kept trying, and then I was just really trying not to look back because I knew as soon as I overdrove, then Hayden was going to close it up. And I looked back with 5 to go, and he was able to close it because I missed that last corner going on the last lap. And so he was able to get in the draft. I don't know what happened coming out of 8, but it seemed like we came out of 8 and I had a gap all of a sudden. And so, yeah, going into the last corner, it wasn't like I had to overblock that much. So, yeah, really good speed.
It sounds like it comes down to just the margins of error, right? How difficult is it to kind of navigate and manage the gap throughout the entire race?
Well, you know, first of all, you got to have the right setup. You got to be fast. You know, to hold somebody off, you've got to be able to do the same pace that they can in the draft. The truth is, though, it's so much easier to make mistakes in the draft because you can suck back up, and that's why the racing always stays pretty close. But if you can keep it flawless, then you can race well. But our dashes, at least my dash didn't work. So I had no lap times. I didn't know what times I was doing. I didn't know if I was being consistent or not, which honestly might have helped because I wasn't able to like see my mistakes. I just was like, you know, look forward and yeah, just try to keep doing as good as I feel that I can.
Heading into this summer stretch now, how much confidence does this give you that you can kind of ride this wave and, you know, keep this dominance going?
Good. Obviously, with the drop in this series, it allows for a little bit more margin of error, which is good for us and bad for us, you know, because we can have 2 good races and 2 bad ones and somebody's there, you know. So, yeah, I mean, we just got to keep pushing, keep trying for the wins, and yeah, I mean, it's nice to have some you know, fast teammates. Having Gus and Hayden here this week has really been nice because it's just pushed me, you know, to try even harder. So it's been good.
Congrats, Ryan.
Thank you.
Ryan Norberg, of course, victorious here for Rollison Performance Group. Watching how he was able to get that one done, and a great run for him. Nearly $7,000 and 100% payback, over $17,000 in total. That was up for grabs in this Pro X30 purse. And a good chunk of it is going to our man in second and Hayden Jones. Let's go back down to Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Hayden, oh so close there at the end. What do you think made the difference between you and Ryan?
The aero push here is so bad, so it's really hard to follow. I saw the 5 to go, and I was like, I just need to push as hard as I can. So I did that. I finally closed the gap on the last lap, and then I didn't expect Ryan to block going into the hairpin as much as he did, and that was my one mistake, and that's what cost me the win.
Xander did a pretty good job kind of explaining the aero wash. What is it like from a driver's perspective of understanding and trying to navigate being behind Ryan and, you know, getting that aero wash?
Yeah, you just have to turn in a little earlier, but you can't clip the curb here because if you clip the curb, you just wash too wide, and then that's all your speed. So you just kind of have to manage turning in a little earlier, just being a little under where he is, but not too much to where, you know, you're turning in early. And just if you turn in behind him, the rear slides away. So it's just like a fine margin of finding where to turn in.
This is your one planned event of so far of the year, but I think I speak for everybody when I say that we want to see you at the track more often. Do you think maybe this result will bring you back to the track?
I think so. It's very difficult with my school schedule right now because I'm studying mechanical engineering, so a lot of my time is doing math and crunching numbers, but over the summer I want to do more races. You know, the 2 USPKS races that are left are still over this summer, so you may see me there.
Thanks, Hayden.
Thank you.
Hayden Jones, $3,500 headed his, or $3,300 headed his way in that massive payday. No, $500 indeed. It was $6,800 and a $3,300 difference from first to second, but still, it's a nice payday, and for a driver being able to come back home to spend the weekend with the parents and friends and family at home as well, that one is probably going to go pretty far. Let's go back down for one more bit here from X30 Pro with the engines fired for K.A. Junior.
Thanks, Xander. Paulie, it was a one-man army for you out there, 1 versus 3. How did you kind of navigate it and, came up with a good result?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I got off to a good start. Was able to work my way up to 5th, I think, and then I think Hayden passed Garrison, and then it was able to kind of bring me in a little bit, and then I was able to get Garrison, and I was there, but just not enough. I felt like my kart was handling way better than theirs. I felt like through the infield, I was way better than them, but just in a straight line, they pull me too much to where I can only make up the difference. I can never gain. So we're gonna get to work, try to find a little bit more straight line power. Seems like that's what we're missing. The bottom mid was great. Just seems like we were missing a little bit on the top compared to them. So yeah, I mean, I can't thank this team enough. We've been working super hard this year, trying to make up and get closer and closer, and I feel like we're slowly getting there. We just see that last little bit.
Thanks, Paulie.
Thank you.
Great insight there from Paulie Massimino, and a good takeaway. One of the biggest things that a pro driver's got to be able to do is continue to keep that level head, that charge, that motivation, and focus forward to saying, you know what, we're going to get there. This is a good building weekend, and he's right. This is as close as he's been. A great start to the year. Last year was his career best start of the season. It ended with a Stars Championship, and this year I would argue he started even better, being the next best to Ryan and bringing the fight to him in Daytona. And he's right. One of the best-looking go-karts through the infield. He tracked all 3 of them down by himself. He just couldn't do anything once he got there, and maybe just a little bit too late.
But you know something? We said that that race would be decided by hundredths and thousandths. 8 hundredths separated Ryan Norberg and Hayden Jones. One mistake from Ryan Norberg going into the last lap allowed Hayden Jones to get into the slipstream. And then one mistake from Hayden Jones at turn 8 was all it gave, was allowed Ryan Norberg to take the win. One mistake from Gus Lawrence at turn 4 with about 5 laps to go dropped him away from the lead and gave him a fight with Paulie Massimino. Was it a classic? I think that's a fantastic go-kart race. You're looking at the very best, driving as perfectly as possible. Not every great race is filled with overtake. Sometimes you just have to marvel at the skill level of the people and the teams that you put in front of you. But yeah, Dalton Haynes 5th, Mossman 6th, the final money spot, passing Caden McQueen on the line. And what about Davin Roberts finishing 8th, 12 years old? But you know what? That was the pro class. We've still got one main event to go. What have 50 K.A. Juniors learned from that? Is it possible? We've had a great X30 Junior main event. We've had a couple of great ones so far today. Can we sign off with another one?
Yeah, for your lineup coming your way here with K.A. 100 Junior. This class, of course, nothing short of fireworks every time they are on the racetrack. John Antonino Jr. is going to get set to lead your field to green, and we've got it now lined and ready. Mad Max Weiland is looking for main event win number 2. Could his first national U.S. race win come at the same time as his first race weekend sweep? He's got a pretty starting spot to do it. P2.
Dio Salomeo and Max Cristea will go from row number 2. Salomeo has just been so fast. Can he now put it together in this race at Cristea? This will be a breakout performance after a 2-month layoff from a broken leg.
Moving back to row 3, Alexander Vanchev will start on the inside after a decent run in the earlier run today for X30 Junior. Ashton Woon will join him. It'll be Travis Pettit and Nate Dupuis on row 4.
A lot of those drivers doing both classes. Here's 2 drivers that haven't featured in the class. Callum Berghofer starts 9th and Brady Shard rounds out the top 10. that it's Tristan Murphy and Nate Golseth, Julian Rivera and Edgar Rodriguez, followed by Marco Romero, Valentino Santillon, Isaac Malkut, Forrest Adams, Nico Katowski and William Kim. That's your top 20. You're going to need 3 screens to file through the entire starting lineup, and there's a glance at positions 21 to 40, and there's still coming around the top of the circuit 50 drivers, I believe, will take the start. Antonino has the whole shot into turn number 1. Weiland slips back to 4th. It's a good start from Vanchev, and the entire field make it safely through. What a
Oh no,
sight.
1 off, 2 off, 1 around, 1 off in the dirt there at top of the hill, turn 3. Still, that's a good amount of them that we've made it through the first quarter of the lap. Antonino away with the lead. Teo Salamau into second. Alexander Vanchev third. Mad Max back to 4th. He wants more than that, but he can't get it, and Salamau wants the lead from Antonino already. Side by side now as Max Christia pulls alongside with Weiland. Vanchev getting into second, and the battle is on. How about Callan Berghofer? Great start for that AKT Aiken Racing combo entry. Up from 9th to 6th, it looks like, as Nate Dogg is ready to hunt again. There for 7th, he gets by on Tristan Murphy.
All these drivers would have been sat watching the X30 Pro class, absolutely enthralled, cheering for their favourite driver, watching how 22 laps the tactics comes out. Did any of them pay any attention once they get behind the wheel? Oh, hell no! They're going for it from the word go. Antonino, Vanchev, Weiland, Salameo, Christia and Berghoff are the top 6. No one has broken clear. Here comes Weiland, riding a wave of adrenaline. Is it going to be like a London bus? Do you wait for one for years on end, then 2 suddenly come along at once? Are national wins like buses? We'll find out for Weiland. Vanchev, after losing out in that great Junior X30 race, he's out for revenge. But here comes Callan Berghofer. You know, that plain matte black crash helmet. Berghofer, hey, it's one and done for Callan. Only 1 race for Callan today. Some of the others are on 2. There's an Orsalon racing kart. 854. Oh, well, that was Julian Rivera, the Condor, who already looks like he's got damage on the front of that kart, going for a move, and it didn't work.
Yeah, not quite. Down the inside for the lead here. There, and 3 wide behind them as well. I don't know if that's going to end up okay. Contact here for the lead. Antonino wide off the side of Weiland, and the pack is going to be all bottled up from second onwards now. Berghofer into 4th, trying to hold back Christia. He'll block low in 11. Successfully there, and look how deep it goes. I mean, we're going way back here with the field. Single file at the end of the front straightaway.
Yeah, I'm looking back. The first gap is about there. After the Lando Norris kart, what is that? Is that number 8, 2, 4? Talon Laney in about 20th position. It's incredible. And Berghofer, what an impressive drive from Callan Berghofer. That navy blue and white. But let's not take anything away from Max Weiland, who has picked them up, put them down, and is trying to break free. Antonino and Salamau side by side. Antonino retakes second. Here comes the Nash Motorsport kart of Nathan Dupuis, now chasing down Alex Vanchev. Callan Berghofer, as what goes up must come down. Berghofer dropping outside the top 10 after threatening the top 3 only about 4 corners ago.
Yeah, I don't know what is going to split this pack up, Henry. It could be at any moment in time. We continue to watch it as the field rockets through the infield section now here for this KA Junior Main. Weiland by about maybe 4 to 5 car lengths up the road still from Salamau, who's tracking him down. And 5th on back, Vanchev's group, they've got to be very touch and go right now because they are on the bubble of losing the draft of the leaders here.
I was like quite literally looking down. We're on lap already. And I'm not quite sure the time of the scoring monitor is showing that Are we on lap 8 already?
Yeah, we're actually, well, it's a little bit all over the place right now. I think they're trying to sort it out, and I believe it's because they used the original session that already existed in the Orbit system, and so, yeah, we're a bit out of sorts here. They're obviously working on that with the live timing and scoring as of now. Oh, no, one driver hard in the wall. Jose Helfin, no Brady Shad.
It's the 865 kart, yeah, Plymouth, Wisconsin, Brady Shad. Well, ignore what the timing and scoring pylon says. Obviously, we're already covered by what the timing system here at the event shows us. This is the battle for the lead, and it's Salameo, Wyland, Cristia, and Antonino. 4 different teams, 4 very different styles of driver. Salameo has burst onto the scene this year. Wyland riding that crest of confidence. Cristea, who's very calm, thinks a lot, and Antonino, prodigiously talented youngster. And then the chasing pack, well, they said they let Nate Dogg off the leash. Nate Dogg is bringing the rest of the pack with him. And there we have it, Salameo Wyland, there's the correct positions. Murphy in 6th position. Oh, that corner worker gets to get out of the way. And someone's told Nate Dogg that he was sitting on the couch when he's not allowed to, and he drops down the order now at the expense of the number 811 Carter Murphy.
So we do apologize about the timer on the top, but your positions are now corrected, and the gaps will update when they hit the timing loop this time. Timing and scoring's got them all sorted as well. 7 laps. Oh, no! Big impact. Top of the hill, turn 11, facing the field. The barriers have been broken through. They've done their job and dissipated the impact. Obviously, Callan is okay. He's up and out of the go-kart. But the AKT Racing Team Drivers' Day ends off of what was coming in with so much promise here at the start of this main. And the young man will have to climb up the fence and hop off the racetrack there as the officials try to clear the surface.
And you could just see there was about 12 carts all trying to come around the corner at the once, and Burkhofer just happened to be the furthest cart out and, you know, just ran out of track. You could see that the battle flooding to the bottom of your screen there. You know, you've got these 4 drivers leading. There's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. But then look at that huge gaggle down. Well, I mean, looking at the gaps there, this is Bas Murphy, Petit, Vanchev, Golseth, Woon, Rodriguez, Katowski, Santillon, Malkut. You know, you can see the amount of drivers there. They still are coming around the top of the screen.
Yeah, we'll pull that off for a moment here, folks, while they continue to write the issues. The good part is, not only with our videos, but USPKS with their video race control system, and of course all the times are showing that there's only a couple drivers populating at the top incorrectly. We've got the lead right here for you. Front and center, Max Wyland back to it with a move in 8. Salamao sliding into 2nd. 3rd for Cristia, 4th for Antonino Jr., and a healthy gap back from them to find the rest of the pack as they cross the line to put 8 laps down. And now that should put us at 14 laps remaining. No, 9 laps down now. And so 13 laps remaining on the main event here for K100 Junior. Salamao, Wyland, Cristia, Antonino, and all in that 4-pack back here to where we're fighting for the last spots in the top 10. Lots of dust there. It caught Vanchev off guard. He slides wide up the hill.
And Wyland's back in front. Wyland, it's such a psychological thing. You know, he's thought about winning. He's like, I know I can win. I know I can win. But every time it doesn't happen. Now, yeah, he has won. All the thoughts, yeah, that's how you do it. And once you unlock the key to learning how to win a big national level race, great work there from the corner workers to move Berghofer's kart from behind the barriers. I wonder if there's a little hole in the barriers there that can just fill. I think the yellow flags have gone in. The drivers all know the incident was there. They know what is on the side of the circuit. Here's the chasing pack. Here's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. There's a Woon in 11th. Rodriguez is 10th. Dupuis 9th. Vanchev is 8th. Murphy 7th. Golseth 6th. And Petit in 5th position. they've sorted themselves out now.
Yeah, no,
As I
scratch
say,
that.
no,
Here
yeah,
we go
scratch that.
again.
Yep,
The
here we
Ryan
go.
Perry Motorsport boys are going at it there. That, of course, Golseth in his new home here for the remainder of 2025 and potentially beyond. And Tristan Murphy, who was very fast in that X30 Junior main. How about the run so far for Edgar Rodriguez, driving up the board on the SLA kart racing machine? Halfway in now.
That Telcel sponsored race suit there, I noticed there. And here's the lead four again. Now it's Antonino's turn to go. He moves back up into P3 as they come across the top. Salamao, well, Weiland has already beaten Salameo in a head-to-head battle for a race win. What does that do psychologically?
Well, it does a lot. First and foremost right now, it gives Teo the confidence to know that Max is probably going to be fast enough that he can trust him to lead and whittle down the pack a little bit. It's already down to 4, but he's content to ride here for the time being and hope that maybe the two Kart Republics behind him begin to lose some speed. More importantly, they get some more distance and separation from this big battle pack here, led now by Nate Golseth, Tristan Murphy, Travis Pettit now into the 7th spot. Vanchev back to the 8th spot. Then it'll be Ashton Woon, and then you've got Nathan Dupuis back in 10th. They're 4 seconds and counting away from the top 4, and with only 10 laps to go, that gap is going to be really hard to close, and more so because it's hard to keep that many drivers from fighting amongst themselves. The only thing they've got going for them is there's teammates at the front of the pack because, yeah, there you see some movement in the middle. Woon on Vanchev.
And we've still got 47 karts running, all within 30 seconds. So no one's in danger of being flagged off for being, traffic. Evan Patton is the last kart running, the Amex Racing driver out of Fishers, Indiana. 47 out of the 50 starters still running, which is great considering it's KA 100 Junior.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day here now, they've finally got the track that they've driven on Thursday, on Friday, for those who have raced the club races here as recent as 2 weeks ago. For those that tested last weekend, they never got the rain conditions they had to stand through yesterday. They never got the intermediate conditions either from yesterday evening. But now the sun shining, a classic Sunday afternoon here in beautiful Mooresville, North Carolina. And we're with most of our field still with a good amount of the race left, but most of it in the books. 14 down now, 8 to go. Max Weiland hunting for national win number 2 just hours after national win number 1. Nate Golseth looking for a major boost to his career, and it'd be off the racetrack for Katowski.
Yeah,
Jack Katowski with a big Nico Katowski with a big wide run there.
I mean, he got a lot of airtime coming there. He's back on track, so he's still in the race. He loses a position there to Isaac Malkut in the
So that'll be about
racing.
a 5-spot loss, I believe, there. He was 10th across the line, moving back to 15th, and that's if he doesn't slide further. There's another pack behind, led by Talon Laney's BJR entry. Marco Romero's in that group, along with Edward Kennedy in there as well.
And some of these names that we're talking about, they featured up at the front in the heat races, but they've had one bad race. In a grid this strong, 3 heats and the main event, no pre-final or anything like that, you've got to be consistent. There's Julian Rivera, looking like he's got that damage on the front of that Orsolin racing kart. Rodolfo Levine Jr., the son of ex-IndyCar driver Rodolfo Levine Sr., he's down in 35th position. And looking down, still got 47 karts running, but there's so many names that potentially could have won. Had it not been for one retirement, one incident, one nose cone penalty even. There, we're down to the final 4. I think that might have been a photographer there that David caught the side of the circuit wearing black, right on the apex. We've already had one photographer clipped.
Yeah, well,
that's hey.
It's part of it, right? A little bit of workplace conditions. Oh no, Forrest Adams and the Brandon Jarzakrak racing crew. Their day will end here prematurely on lap number 16. 6 laps away from the end of it. Forrest this weekend has not gone to plan. Had some rough goes in the heats off of a so-so quali. Had a couple good goes in the heats as well, but the mixed bag of results starting on the back foot on Friday ends with a DNF now here on Sunday. You can see there he was only in the upper 20s before he slides back down the pylon. But Teo Salamau, having since gone to the lead, ahead of Max Weiland now. John Antonino Jr. still third. Christia riding there in fourth. The gap, I'll give credit to Nate Golseth, Ashton Woon, and Tristan Murphy. It hasn't increased a ton, and while a 2-kart breakaway with a 4-second cushion would be a death sentence this late in the race, 5 to go, a 4-pack, or even if it trickles down to a 3-pack, could race enough, could defend enough to back up into that group. It would just be a lot of racing that we need to kick off here any moment.
Max Christea, as we said, this is his first race back in 2 months after breaking a leg in a skiing accident. We're ticking in. We're on lap number 17 now, lap number 18 now. This is where Christea, that leg will start to ache. It will start, the muscle that he's lost over the last 2 months, this is where it will start to hurt Max Christea. But what Max is, of course, Romanian, family originally from Romania, now based in Georgia. He's smart. His family know this is his year. There's been a 2-month disruption. They're not going to let it get out of them, so he's going to consolidate. Let's not beat ourselves, because you never know what's going to happen in the front of them. So if I just stay in fourth, he's clear from behind, 5 seconds behind. Yeah, my leg hurts. Yeah, I'm physically not where I should be. But if I don't overdrive it, scraps might come my way, because you've got the Tony Kart of Salameo. You've got the magic kart of new leader, Max Weiland, who has now got the Kart Republic of John Antonino second. No, it's back to Salameo for P2. Max Weiland, though, is your new leader as we head towards the closing stages.
Yes, indeed. 3 laps to go at the line here as we put 19 down. Max Christia is chomping at the bit for more of that. He's lost a little bit of speed in the later going of this final. He's outside the draft window, but he's not far away. Nate Golseth still a good ways back down the road, and even with the pass there, wasn't faster than the leader, so the fight will be on not long from now. They've swapped the 5th and 6th, or the 6th and 7th positions multiple times already. Ashton Woon now back to the 8th spot, petted up to 6th. Murphy in 7th, Dupuis there, and again Julian Rivera with a great charge up the board to 10th. Now his teammate Teo goes back to the lead in 8. Antonino drag racing him to 9. He'll tuck back in to not lose the 2nd spot this time, as Weiland can't do anything about it. And we'll come to the line to the double sticks. 2 to go, still only 3 in contention, but Christia watches on from 4th, just a bit back.
Did you see Max Weiland there not fight it at turn number 8? He didn't try and squeeze and come back. Now he's attacking. Now he's attacking again. Retakes 2nd position. The level of maturity there, while 6 months ago, Weiland would not have wanted. He would have squeezed it and probably would have got caught up in an incident, or at least delayed himself. This time, he's like, okay, it's 2 to go. You pass me. That's fine. I know how to win now. I'll come back at you.
Down to the inside, then opening up for the exit of turn number 8 here, side by side. Weiland versus Antonino through turn 9. Out of the long sweeper there and up the hill. The white flag will wave this time. John Antonino Jr., he's only got maybe 1 shot, and he unfortunately just got tight, or a little loose and then tight, as he locked the brakes up in 11. That mistake's going to hurt him. Weiland now with some breathing room, and he can nail 1 and 2. He does. He's going to have a run at Salamau by the end of the straightaway. Watch the closing rate. Teo knows it as well. He tries to cover low. He does. Weiland to the middle. Antonino to the high side. Here comes Christie out of 4.
Into turn number 5. Now it's going to be turn 8 where Weiland will have a little look. Will he go for the outbraking move coming into the corner, or will he try the crossover on corner exit? It looks like it's going to be the crossover. He runs a little bit wide. Oh, he went in far too deep. Antonino now second. It's Salameo. This one's not over. Can Antonino do it? Christea's suddenly there. Final race of the day. 4 go into the last corner.
Antonino to the inside. They make contact. Into the wall. The leaders to the line. Max Christie is going to steal it. Christia wins in KA Junior as Teo Salamau and John Antonino slam the outside wall in 11 to the line. He barely beats Max Weiland by just a matter of thousandths on the heads-up drive, 0.06 of a second. the margin of victory. Nate Gulseth, a career best national finish. He ends third. Murphy with the second RPM Tony Kart to fourth. And Nate Dogg drives up into the top 5. The Canadian ends up there as the last spot on the podium, and it's chaos in the final turn for the race win. Salamau left the door open. Antonino, he went for it, and the contact there, and Teo Salamau gingerly holding his inside hand, as of course you can see the battered nose cone on the 851 Orsolone machine from where Antonino went up and over, but national win. What a way to get it done. Max Christia is victorious in North Carolina.
Max, that was an insane last lap battle. Walk me through what it looked like from your perspective.
Well, my tires fell off like mid-race and I couldn't keep up anymore. And I was hoping so they fight a lot. And it happened. And I thought, wait, let's see if I can over-under them all. And once I saw John, that he went over Theo, I was like, I'm ahead.
Tell me about what this win means.
This means a lot because I broke my leg 2 months ago, and I haven't been in the go-kart since. But it's been a really great comeback, and I hope to see more.
Awesome. Thank you, Max.
A very happy Max Christia here, and what a return race for the young driver for Jay Howard Driver Development to put the JHGD and Kart Republic boys on top. Of course, the Kart Republic of John Antonino and MPG Motorsports so close. Teo Salamau so close to repeating his performance from Daytona in a much different fashion. He ends up, unfortunately, with a DNF. But it's another first. In this case, it's a career best. P3 for Nate Gulseth and Ryan Perry Motorsport. A national podium here in a class of 50+, and you can see how much that means. All the hard work continues to pay off for this young man's journey as well. Max Weiland, a first and a second at the end of the day. If you would have told him that at the start, I think he would have been happy with it. But so close on that one, I'm sure it bites a little. Still a great run for him.
I won the win, but I already had a win. First and a second I'll take. That's good. Where did you come out?
I was like at least, I think, a second off in the last lap.
And then we started white lining.
Yeah, and then in the hairpin, that's where I caught up to you.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, I'm not going to overrun it. I'm going to overrun the last corner.
Well, I was like setting up because I thought you were going to do that. So I went to follow to try to overrun Antonino. But then he wrecks, so I have to like check up. And then because I check up, I go slow off the apex and get it.
Yeah.
That was close.
It was like a tire. Like your bumper was here.
Damn.
Did you win?
Won by about 500.
Yeah, because I was 3 slow a lap.
What a way to cap off the day here, Henry. That was everything. That was worth the price of admission alone.
You know something, as you look at the top 15 finishers and up and down the leaderboard, there are tales of woe, tales of recovery, tales of what could have been. But at the last quarter of that race, Max Christia's kart went away. I thought it was his fitness after his broken leg. He said it was his tyres. That is a perfect example of why you should never, ever, ever give up in karting. Even though he thought he was still driving at 100%, because you never know what might come his way. He put himself in a position to capitalise on that last corner. Whereas if he got frustrated, if he'd overdrone it, if he got into his own head, he wouldn't have been in that situation. And it was a great little moment there. The microphones were listening in between the two Maxes. They're saying, hey, that was really close. That was a tyre. They're both happy. They're both winners. Mad Max 2. What's next? Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome? Is that Elkhart Lake next time out? When are we going to Elkhart Lake? I can't wait.
Oh, it's going to be incredible here. The U.S. Pro Kart Series is once again delivered with some fantastic action here for all of you watching along at home. Here's a look further back down the board in the middle of this massive, massive KA100 Junior main event. At the end of it all, able to cross the line with 42 of our original 51 starters. That, of course, goes well beyond this page here. A big swing in the points. Alexander Vanchev, a day that probably would have hurt, now doesn't hurt so bad with Teo Salamal's DNF in the last corner, along with John Antonino Jr. The good part is, it's the best 3 or 4 weekends. As Ryan Norberg put it, it's great to be able to start the season with 2 good ones, but still, someone with a bad weekend here or a bad at Daytona, they're still well in the fight if they can have some great runs up in Wisconsin at Road America and the season finale at Newcastle Motorsports Park. But what a great finale here to the on-track activity.
Yeah, and can I just say, I know that you're going to close out here, but thank you, first of all, for having me this weekend. It's been a great first-time experience here at the United States Pro Kart Series. I have never, in my 20 years of doing this job, seen an organizer put 100% of the entry money for any class into the prize fund. That's remarkable. That is why I really hope that it's the challenge to the X30 Pro drivers is laid out. The more of you that enter, the more money you could earn, and that's a guarantee for the rest of the season. That's remarkable, and that is something that should be commended. The rest of the racing, obviously, very, very good indeed. And I know that there's, friend of Gus Lawrence has been saying he's been walking around thinking, it's so nice. It's such a different atmosphere. People are nice. People are having cookouts. All the events in the UK, you've bottled the atmosphere just right. It's the place to be. And some excellent, excellent racing. Thank you for having me. See you in Road America.
Yeah, happy to have you, Henry. Of course, happy to have you. He'll be hosting our podium ceremonies. That'll be live streamed as well. And, of course, in the gap, while they review penalties, protests, appeals, and post-race engine tech and teardown, we'll be speaking with our top 3 finishers from that X30 Pro main, Ryan Norberg, Hayden Jones, and Gus Lawrence, off another great main event there with those drivers putting on some of the best displays of picture-perfect driving for sure. And, of course, excitement across the board of the 7 divisions. It's been a pleasure to call the action live. Again, we'll continue our live broadcast with our presser as well as our podium ceremony. And for those here that have joined us so far throughout the day, you've also got racing, of course, on our channel right now, watching the Tri-C Carters round number 3 over at K1 Circuit on the West Coast, and the feeds will eventually split over to them for their 3rd round of the championship that should have some great racing action from Winchester, California. But for the U.S. Pro Kart Series Carolina Grand Prix, presented this weekend by Orsolone Racing, by Team Bennick, and by TKG Bureau Art USA, along with all of the class partners as well who have helped make it all happen. For the amazing crew here at Trackhouse Motorplex, and for all of us here at Kart Chaser, Henry Bodette, myself, Xander Clements, Caleb Vieska, Haley Donaldson, and Alexander Searle down on pit lane, our amazing broadcast crew in the production truck and out on the racetrack capturing it all. We've enjoyed it. We've loved to watch it, and we've loved to bring it to wherever you may be watching from around the world. And there's more to come as we hear from the top 3 drivers in X30 Pro and award a whole lot of money in the podium ceremonies and trophies for the top 5 finishers in all 7 divisions from the Carolina Grand Prix.